Hello everyone, and many thanks for joining today's live stream. It is 3rd of July, of course, 3 p.m., 4 past 3, to be more precise, by Moscow time, middle of the day. And as always, I have prepared quite a number of news on some major developments, and I hope you'll find this program interesting, informative, useful. I have all sorts of news, by the way, from breaking news in regards to special military operation, to yet another horrible terrorist attacks that Kyiv regime conducted there just a few hours ago. Also, of course, updates in regards to developments in the Middle East, and there are major updates in that direction also. And of course, a number of other news. So if you can stay all the way throughout the news segment, and after that, of course, I will react on questions or the commentaries that I might receive through PayPal or Boosty or Super Chat feature on Rumble. I reminded you, friends, you can initiate conversation about literally any topic you like. And also a little reminder that lately I start publishing my first updates on YouTube and Rumble also. Initially, it's published on Patreon and Boosty, and then after a short while it's published on YouTube and Rumble also, in case you don't have a time, for example, to take a look at their main news update, right, which is always longer than that first update. So that's been said, dear friends. If you will like this content, news program, please indicate that, click that like button, leave some commentary, share video with your friends. This might definitely help her to deal with the algorithm, especially nowadays when YouTube is not just aggressive, by the way, but yesterday they deleted one of my videos. Today's video from 2 days ago, they sent their notification that video was deleted for some violations of some YouTube guidelines or something, and they did not even explain what exactly I violated with that video. So I already have a warning from YouTube, and they might take down my channel literally any day, anytime, without warning, without other warning. And therefore, dear friends, if you have a Rumble account, just in case, have a Rumble account, please consider to subscribe to my Rumble, because many people are saying that Rumble is not as aggressive, to writer. And I will drop now a link to my Rumble channel in the YouTube chat. So if you have account, please consider to subscribe, because tomorrow there might be no more my channels on YouTube, right? You never know. And you can, of course, always subscribe to my Patreon and Boosty pages. Well, I have to publish on Patreon and Boosty not just these first updates, but also maybe it will make sense if I will publish links to my YouTube or technical issues, isn't it? Goodness me, man. Am I online even? So I will maybe start publishing a link to my Rumble update, right? Rumble live stream on Patreon and Boosty, also to stay in touch. Okay, dear friends, I hope I'm online, because YouTube does some crazy stuff, man. And so okay, I guess that's enough for intro, and let's go through some news. And I'm gonna start with the major breaking news for now, which is that Russian armed forces liberated Belgorod settlement in the Kharkov region, and also another settlement, Ustinovka, in also Kharkov direction. This is, of course, major developments that are happening. I did not expect, I'm going to tell you, dear friends, I was thinking that Kyiv regime and its NATO backers will try to put up some severe fighter in the Belgorod area, which was a major stronghold on the northern part of region. But looks like Kyiv regime's garrison decided to move away as fast as they can, and as a result, Belgorod is under control of North group of forces of the Russian army. We have this update today. Russian Ministry of Defense released the footage video confirmation, by the way, of advance of another group of forces of the Russian army that were establishing control over their Bielikovodets town and also Ustinovka settlement. Let me show you on the map location of these settlements. So Bielikovodets is, of course, this relatively larger town, by the way, with industrial areas, as you can see, with their high-rise apartment buildings. It's a little town, and it was a major stronghold of a Kiev regime in Volchansk area. And another settlement that is under Russian control is Ustinovka, this relatively tiny village. And as I predicted a few days ago, it definitely looks like Russian troops are going to cut entire this northern corner of Kiev regime now, while linking these two pincers from the west and from the east, right? From, let's say, Bielikovodets area to Ustinovka area, and there are significant number of Kiev regime's forces most likely will end up being encircled in this northern corner. So this is definitely major setback for the Kiev regime and its NATO backers. If I am surprised that Bielikovodets was liberated this rapidly, then I guess for the Western ruling class, this news, and the Kiev regime also probably will, this news will come as a thunder, right? As a totally shocking development on a battlefield there. Also, dear friends, Russian armed forces, while map is open, let me share information that Russian armed forces continue clearing operation in Liman. Well, I was expecting entire Liman area to be cleared from enemy forces couple of weeks ago by now, but because there is still a number of ways how Kiev regime can send reinforcements in direction of Liman, battles still continue. But we had a report from head of DPR, Denis Pushirin, who said that, who stated that Russian armed forces basically break their will and strength of main formations of the Kiev regime in Liman direction, and soon this town, major stronghold of Kiev regime in the northern corner of DPR, is going to be liberated also. But yet again, Bielikovodets is fully liberated by Russian troops. That's a huge deal, huge development, obviously, on the battlefield. Let's continue with some other news. Of course, we have to talk about this maritime blockade that Russian armed forces are establishing now against their Western backer regime in Ukraine, Nazi and the terrorist regime. I don't know what I did not like necessarily. YouTube's algorithm or YouTube's administration way I'm characterizing this Nazi regime in Ukraine or something else, but I'm going to continue do what I think is right. And because it is a Nazi and a terrorist regime in Ukraine that is being created, established by Western ruling class, that's the language that I'm going to use, because that's a correct language. I don't give a damn who likes it and who don't, right? True is true. And so it is a Western-backed Nazi and a terrorist regime, of course, and Russian armed forces are further intensifying establishment of this maritime blockade to deny basically Kiev regime opportunity to receive military equipment, munition, and everything else that they need to enhance military capabilities from either Danube River or Black Sea. And we have update today that Russian troops struck yesterday evening 3 vessels carrying military cargo for Kiev regime's forces. Russian drones struck 3 vessels carrying cargo for the Ukrainian armed forces, and their sea-going tugboat converted to operate unmanned boats in the Black Sea. This information comes from Defense Ministry, and we have an additional update that today, during the nighttime, early morning, another 3 vessels were also struck by Russian militaries. The Russian armed forces targeted the 3 vessels in the Black Sea this time, all of them in the Black Sea, involved in the deliveries to their Ukrainian armed forces. Also, I believe there was attacks in the Nikolaev area. Yes, it is. In addition, Russian fighters struck vessel in the port of Nikolaev, also linked to Kiev regime's forces. So that's 6-7 vessels, right, that were targeted in past 24 hours alone, at least, right, at least. And maybe number is actually higher, because a few hours ago, a number of sources reported that vessel that was attempting to break through this Russian maritime blockade and deliver some goods to enhance military capabilities of Kiev regime was struck. And you can see on your screen right now that vessel that is on a fire. Clearly, there is a fire on the board of the vessel. So I guess soon, in relatively short time, I guess all their companies and all their captains will realize that it is a suicidal through attempt and break through Russian maritime blockade. Situation somewhat resembles what we have seen in and around Hormuz Strait, isn't it? When it is clear that Iran has full control over their maritime routes, but every now and then some idiots that are in charge of either merchant companies or naval companies or captains of the vessels are deciding that, well, they're going to ignore Iranian warnings. They are moving around there without cooperating with Iranian sides, and they are getting smoked, right? So something similar nowadays are happening in the Black Sea and also on the Danube River. Whenever enemies of Russia are trying to deliver anything, any military cargo and other goods that enhance military capabilities of Kiev regime towards the Black Sea ports of Odessa region, Nikolaev region, and so on. So situation is definitely extremely serious for the Kiev regime. And well, now, if until yesterday, let's say, situation was extremely serious for Kiev regime and its NATO backers in terms of this maritime blockade. Now, today's situation is catastrophic, actually, because we have reports, and this report is coming actually from a Ukrainian journalist in exile, Anatoly Shary, who is wanted, by the way, by Kiev regime. They tried to kill him a couple of times. And he's somewhere in either Europe, somewhere in the West, right? Don't think he's some kind of a pro-Russian journalist or something. No, not at all. I believe there is an investigation open on him by Russian law enforcement agencies. If correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Moscow also has some questions to him, but never tried to eliminate him, while Kiev regime actually tried to kill Anatoly Shary, according to his own words and statements, at least several times. Once when his family and he personally and his family were targeted nighttime in Spain, when terrorists of Kiev regime tried to burn them alive, when they basically firebombed their home that they were staying. So Anatoly Shary, who has massive platforms on internet, on Telegram, on YouTube, shared their information based on his sources that over the weekend, yesterday, day before yesterday, Russian armed forces were launching large-scale, long-range attacks on a strategically important bridge in Zatoka, Odessa region, the only railway line, basically, that goes through this bridge that connects Ukrainian ports on the Danube River with the interior Ukraine, with the rest of the Kiev-controlled territory, let's say. It is also plays a crucial role in the transportation of goods from Romania, obviously. And I was reporting, dear friends, isn't it, in my previous updates, yesterday, day before, I was reporting that Russian troops were taking actions against this bridge. And today we have a report that at least one of the bridges span collapsed. And I can show you this screen. I try to zoom in, as so that it will become a little more visible. And you can see this northern spin of the bridge is clearly missing, right? It totally collapsed. And the southern spin of the bridge is significantly damaged. So bridge is out of action. At least for the time being, this bridge is out of action, which is a big deal, by the way, very big deal, because as Anatoly Shary indicated in his post, and as geography tell us, actually, this bridge in Zatoka that you can see right now on your screen, which is out of action now, is only railway link, right? Major link, right? For Odessa ports on the Danube River, like Reni, for example, this one here that has a major portal infrastructure, like for example also another city, Ismail, right? Where the Ismail, by the way? Must be that's the Ismail, right? So there is Ismail also on the Danube River with the portal infrastructure you can see, and well, all the other smaller ports on the Danube, uh, they are cut off now. Basically, they are cut off now from the rest of the territory of Ukraine because they can no longer use this bridge on Zatoka, right? They can no longer use this bridge on Zatoka. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Unfortunately, of course, NATO member states and the Kyiv regime still have some other means to deliver weapons, munition, and everything else. These other means are through land. Actually, you can see quite a vaster, a longer border, land border between Romania and Kiev controlled territory. And also there is another way, Poland, right? And both Romania and Poland definitely play key roles for NATO to deliver and for a collective Western class to deliver significant portion of military equipment, munition, and everything else. But maritime route was very key for them. We cannot underestimate how important for a Western ruling class and there was maritime routes to enhance military capabilities of Kiev regime. They're going to have some additional issues now in terms of logistics. It might turn into a freaking logistical nightmare for them, right? And anything that harms capabilities of enemies of Russia is obviously good news for Russian people, Russian Federation, and all the supporters of Russia throughout the world. So this is major development, of course, elimination of that strategically important bridge in Zatoka. And I reminded your friends that the Russian forces start establishing maritime blockade on this Western-backed terrorist and Nazi regime of Zelensky in Ukraine, basically only after NATO member states and the Ukrainian proxies decided that they're going to go after civilian maritime navigation linked to Russia in Azov Sea and the Black Sea. And in the past 2 months, I have shared numerous reports about civilian vessels being targeted in Azov Sea, in the Black Sea, dozens and dozens and dozens. It can be game in the quads obviously can be played by both sides. You want to go this way, okay, we will escalate too. And Russian militaries and secret services received green light from Kremlin. I guess that's how it works. No, it's not a guess. That's how it works, by the way, of course. Kremlin decides first. And so militaries and security services get the green light to establish maritime blockade on the Kiev-controlled territory, which is in force right now. And I believe it has already harmed military capabilities of Kiev regime big time and will have a further massive impact in this regards. And who knows, maybe rapid collapse of Kiev regime's defense lines in the Belgorod area, somewhat even related to latest wave of Russian retaliatory actions on our military capabilities of Kiev regime, military logistical capabilities of Kiev regime, including maritime blockade, of course. And dear friends, when it comes to situation in Azov Sea, for example, today we have this report from Ministry of Transport that alternative routes have been developed. It's still not safe, by the way. No one should think that well, Azov Sea is safe now. It's still not safe, so some additional work needs to be done. And Russian Ministry of Transport has established their headquarters to coordinate transportation, which is developed alternative logistic routes and redirecting freight flow to other models of transport, according to ministry. And hopefully this will work out well. And risks to sailors, civilian sailors, by the way, risks to civilian transportation will be minimized. That's what's going on in that direction in regards to maritime movement. But of course, Russian forces conducting long-range precision strikes on military and logistical infrastructure of the Kiev regime, energy infrastructure of the Kiev regime that is related to military capabilities throughout the Kiev-controlled territory. It's not just maritime blockade, obviously. And we have, for example, reports that today, several hours ago, there was additional strikes on logistical infrastructure, storage facilities in Odessa and Chernigov regions. You can see some aftermath of that strikes on your screen right now. Also, Russian forces conducted the long-range strikes, precision strikes, in the Sumy region on warehouses that was used by Kiev regime's militaries. In Zaporozhye region, by the way, a number of repair centers were destroyed where Kiev regime was attempting to repair military equipment, and there were some other strikes too. In Kryvyi Rog, energy infrastructure was targeted, and there are other entities that were enhancing military capabilities of Kiev regime. Russian forces, with the deployment of these advanced Geran drones that are basically navigated by operators through Russian satellite internet. I believe that's a Rasveter internet, Rasveter. How should I say? It's internet, satellite internet from Bureau 1440, by the way. System is called Rasvet, right? So I believe that's what is used by Russian militaries, and a number of locomotives were eliminated throughout the Kiev-controlled territory. I believe I shared, yes, I did. I shared video of these attacks on my Telegram channel, dear friends. I believe on Twitter X page also, so you can check the video there if you want, and subscribe to my Telegram channel and Twitter X, by the way. I'm publishing in between updates. I always have some updates there, right? So it might be handful, right? Or how should I say, man? It might be useful. So number of locomotives were eliminated to downgrade the rail, capabilities of Kiev regime to use a railway for transportation of troops or military equipment and so on. Also, we have this report that I see on Solovyov channel, Telegram channel, which is one of the biggest ones when it comes to Russian segment, pro-Russian patriotic channel. That's how they position themselves. And Solovyov himself is affiliated many things, at least this way, that he's affiliated with the Kremlin. Anyways, on his channel, I saw this report that last night, for example, Russian military forces launched strikes using drones and guided aerial bombs against the targets on Kiev-controlled territory in direction of Zaporozhye region, Kherson region, Chernigov region, Dnipropetrovsk, Sumy, Nikolaev, and a number of others. So geography of Russian territory strikes is definitely big, right? And as of now, there is no indicators that Kremlin will order Russian militaries to ease the pressure on the Kiev regime anytime soon. It might happen if some negotiations will break if some negotiations will be launched between Washington and Moscow with participation of, I don't know, London, Brussels, Kiev, whatever. In that case, theoretically speaking, yeah, it might happen that Moscow might order militaries to ease the pressure, but as of now, there is not a single relevant indicator that this is happening. So Russian troops have a green light to eliminate military capabilities, logistical capabilities of the regime, way they describe it necessary, when they think it's necessary. Unfortunately, Russian military and security services still have no green light to restore deterrent with the collective West, right? And we know only way how deterrent can be restored with the collective West, and that is, of course, retaliatory strikes. As of now, no movements in this direction, and I don't think we will see Russian retaliatory strikes on NATO member states anytime soon, at least anytime soon, let me say this way, but never say never, correct? Never say never. Anything is possible. When it comes to Russian strikes on the ground, also we have reports that Russian militaries are destroyed, partially at least destroyed, major bridge in Slavyansk area that was actively used by Kiev regime to reinforce or to deploy some stuff for Kiev regime's garnison in Slavyansk, which is one of the last major strongholds of Kiev regime in the DPR. And of course, these strikes on increased strikes on logistical lines of Kiev regime in the Slavyansk Kramatorsk area obviously can be seen as an indicator that soon we might see some major developments in this direction. Also, I remind you, dear friends, that Russian troops are literally 5, 7, 8 kilometers away from this last major fortified area of Kiev regime, Slavyansk, and this is Slavyansk, by the way, Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, and we can add Drushkovka to this also. And I mean, take a look at the map, by the way. Russian troops are literally 5, 7, 8 maybe kilometers away from Slavyansk, even closer from Kramatorsk, and I think even closer to Drushkovka. When it comes to Drushkovka, I expect this part of this fortified area to end up in at least partial encirclement, maybe in about 3-4 weeks time from now. Let's see, but things might develop much more rapidly, dear friends, given their speed with which Russian troops establish control over their Bely-Kolo, this major stronghold of Kiev regime in northern Kharkov direction, right, on the northern direction of the Kharkov region. So some very important developments there. Also, we have this report that I think you might find interesting, that military expert K.N. Morlen, I'm not familiar with this expert, by the way, but Война История Оружия, Kirill Fyodorov, Война История Оружия, big pro-Russian Telegram channel, reported about it. So I guess this individual is somewhat well known, but it so happened that I just don't know about him anything. But nevertheless, information that he shared is relevant, very relevant. So military expert Client Molen notes that the Russian aerospace forces have begun using a new module for bombs, which increases the range, glide bombs, by the way, that increases the range up to 150 kilometers. 150 kilometers, by the way. That's quite low. Soon these bombs will be widely used against logistical hubs, command posts, and other areas that were previously considered safe. And excuse me, this is definitely a big deal. This is definitely a big deal because, you know, dear friends, glide bombs are nowhere as expensive as cruise missiles or the tactical missiles, right? Basically, what glide bomb is a gravity bomb that Russia has like tens of thousands of, I guess, since the Soviet era. All these FAB 250, FAB 500, or FAB 1500, FAB 3000, and there are some reports that there is a FAB 9000 even in existence, right? That were never yet used, but all these bombs are gravity bombs originally, right? But then Russian engineers are adding this flying kit to them, and these bombs are transformed into glide bombs. And these glide bombs, by the way, are terrifying Kiev regime's forces and the NATO mercenaries on the battlefield. This is our most feared, one of the most feared Russian weapons, actually, according to reports in the Western media. Russian glide bombs, and of course, we know that Russian militaries can launch these bombs from 50 kilometers away, from 70 kilometers away. Some reports were suggesting that there are some kits that allow gravity bombs to go as far as 100 kilometers. But now we have this report about 150 kilometers, which is crazy, man, which is absolutely crazy. Of course, this will have a tremendous impact. This will have a tremendous impact on the military capabilities of Kiev regime. So this is definitely a big deal, something that worth our attention. And dear friends, I spoke about rapid advance of Russian forces on the battlefield in a number of directions. I'm still shocked, kind of. This is a good surprise, by the way, definitely a good surprise that Bely-Kolo was liberated by Russian forces. And one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why Russian troops are so successful in advance in a number of areas definitely is the fact that Turkey regime has a tremendous lack of manpower. And in early updates, I reported, dear friends, that the regime has changed its legislation, and now they are going after more people that previously had a sort of a pass to be forcefully mobilized. So out of desperation, they are going after almost everybody, right? All males throughout their to control their territory, and well, more and more people are resisting of these Zelensky's goons, right? Zelensky's kidnappers, manhunters that are literally kidnapping people from their homes, not just from the streets, not just from their municipal transport, not just from their personal vehicles, not just from the shops or stores or whatever markets, but from their own homes. And there was such an instance in Odessa yesterday when Zelensky's goons, Zelensky's manhunters, tried to forcefully mobilize one individual who knew, I guess he knew perfectly well that if he is forcefully mobilized, he's gonna die on the battlefield there. He did not want it to die for geopolitical agenda of the Western ruling class and for freaking Zelensky and his Nazi collaborators, right? And he decided that no, he's gonna give them a fight and die in this fight, because this was a decision, right? This was a serious decision on behalf of that person. I don't know the name of the guy, but he opened fire. Somehow he got a pistol. He had a handgun, by the way, and he opened fire on these Zelensky's goons, manhunters, and he wounded four of them, actually. One is in serious condition, some say. He wounded four of them, and he barricaded himself in a building. Unfortunately, according to some reports, building was stormed, and he was eventually taken in custody. But and who knows? Probably Zelensky's regime will kill him now, or will send her on one of the directions where chances for him to survive will be literally zero, right? But he give a fight. He decided that he was going to give a fight and die if necessary. Let me show you a video of initial seconds of this engagement that happened yesterday. YouTube not gonna like this video. I mean, YouTube does not like anything that I do, right? So they might take down this video, dear friends, also, as they did with one of my videos like a few days ago. So if my video is disappearing, it's not me, it's freaking YouTube algorithm. What can I do about it? So this is that situation, initial seconds of this engagement between Zelensky's manhunters and the resident of Odessa. So he was quite he was not just he did, he was quite effective. He was quite effective as a shooter, isn't it? He managed to injure the four terrorists of Zelensky's regime literally in seconds. Literally in seconds. Good shooter, man. Who knows? Maybe he previously served there in some security services or something. He knew what he was doing. I mean, that's for sure, isn't it? And there are more and more instances, dear friends. There are more and more instances when residents of different towns and villages on the Kyiv-controlled territory are resisting Zelensky's goons and the manhunters that are trying to forcefully mobilize them. And there are many instances when they are actually killing Zelensky's goons. In this case, four were wounded there. They survived, but yeah, they were just lucky, right? Next time, they're not going to be that lucky. And dear friends, you know what's going to happen to the Zelensky's manhunters, isn't it? When these are all historical Russian territory and the Russian people will be liberated, they're going to be actual hunt on these Zelensky's goons. They're going to be actual hunt. As there was a hunt, by the way, after the Second World War, after the Great Patriotic War, on policies that were working for Nazi Germany. So they all of them, everybody who works for a Kyiv regime, and especially ones that are engaged in a forceful mobilization of the people and this terror campaign, they all have a target on their back, all of them. And many of them will not survive. I can tell you that. And many of them will be hunted down by people themselves, right? By people themselves. Once all this Russian, historical Russian territory and the Russian people will be liberated by Russian forces. And this is going to happen, by the way. It's just a matter of time. It might take a year, 2, 3, 5, 10, but this will happen. That's how it is. And I see commentary from the Goth, the good, the better, the gooder, the better, history repeats. That's the commentary from member of community, and yeah, that's how it is, man. There was an actual manhunt on policies that were working for Nazi regime, for Nazi Germany, and yeah, that will repeat itself, right? Let's continue with some other news, and well, Russia has warned Ireland, by the way. I mean, Ireland for Dublin. What's going on, man? I mean, Ireland is such a nice place, isn't it? I believe, I never been there, but I believe Ireland is a great place. Irish people are, in my understanding, should be very friendly, very nice, right? I would love to go to Dublin, by the way. I mean, they're gonna have one of the best pubs in the world, right? Or maybe best pubs. Irish members of community will say straight away, best, not one of the best, but best. Okay, no arguments there, not arguing. And so basically, for whatever reason, Irish leadership decided that they have to, that they're going to go and escalate with Russian Federation, which is, I mean, insanity, honestly, right? Why Dublin? I mean, what's up, man? And so Russia is issuing warning now towards Irish leadership about consequences of potential maritime piracy by Irish coast guards or Irish militaries and so on, which might happen due to new legislation that Dublin come up with, which will basically legalize piracy, right? When it comes to and hijacking, basically, of the vessels that are linked to Russia, with this so-called shadow fleet, Russian shadow fleet. And you know, dear friends, there is no such a thing as a shadow fleet, right? It's a nonsense. This is something, this terminology was created by Western propagandists to somehow paint the picture that these vessels, Russian vessels, are some engaged in some dodgy activity or something like that. They have to come up with some name for it, right? To create this negative, to paint it negatively, and they come up with this nonsensical phrase, shadow fleet, and whoever hears that, they have to think that, well, this is something dodgy, isn't it? I mean, shadow fleet, really? What's going on? In reality, by the way, you know what they call shadow fleet? Vessels that are not being insured in London, in London's Lloyd's. That's all. That's all, man. Vessels that are not insured by City of London, called shadow fleet. These vessels are not breaking no law. They are carrying legit goods up and down, right? Everything is done properly, but they are not insured in London. And London has a monopoly, by the way. On the maritime insurance, London is a total monopoly, right? And that's the reason why they call it a shadow fleet. And so for whatever reason, Irish leadership decided that they're going to escalate with Russia. They had come up with their new legislation that will legalize hijacking Russian vessels. And Moscow is issuing warning now, and hopefully that warning will be enough, because come on, man, do we really need escalation between Russia and Ireland? We don't. What are you doing, Dublin? And so this warning was issued in an interview by Russian ambassador to Ireland, Yuri Filatov. The Irish have been warned that any attempts to carry out such acts of piracy will have the most serious consequences for them. Irish military personnel were previously authorized to board ships at the sea under the pretext of combating violations of the sanctions against Russia, at the beginning of the year, Dublin began modernizing its navy to the level of a territorial defense fleet. There were concerns about Russia, concerns about Russia. Yeah, what concerns? I mean, do you think we're gonna occupy Ireland, or don't we have anything else to do really in this life? And now we are dreaming about occupying Ireland, or what's going on there? I mean, is there nobody left in Ireland, in elites or in a public space, let's say among public figures, that will ask this simple question: that is there nothing else to do in Russia but to come all along, by the way, to Ireland and to freaking occupy it? I mean, come on, man. How insane you have to be to believe that shit? Honestly, that Russia is posing any freaking threat to Ireland. But that's the narrative, by the way. I mean, globalists told the Irish leadership, yeah, you have to do this. And because they are puppets of the globalists, they did it. And unfortunately, Irish people are defenseless. I guess they have no tools in their hands to stop this madness. And now we might actually end up in a situation when this freaking Coast Guard or whatever that Ireland has gonna try to hijack vessel, Russian vessel, right? Or Russian linked vessel. And who knows, maybe there is a Russian warship actually there somewhere, right? And we might see some freaking engagement that we don't want, Irish people don't want, but globalists would be happy about it, right? And I guess they're Irish, they're puppets in the Irish political class. Insanity, man. Insanity in making, right? Absurd. Not so freaking absurd, but that's the times, isn't it? That we are living in extremely dangerous times, man. Yet again, let's hope warning will do. And I don't want to see no freaking confrontation and direct military confrontation between Russian troops and any European troops, actually, by the way, because it would not end well. We all know that, isn't it? It would not end well for nobody, especially for Europeans, man. Let's be real. Let's be real on that. And we don't want war. Russian people don't want no wars, man, with nobody. If not provoke, there is no way, man, either Russian political class, either Russian people gonna think about attacking anyone. That's how it is. But anyways, dear friends, anyways, we will see how the situation develop. You know, recently London also adopted new laws, changed their legislation, right? And they are legalizing now, not just hijacking of their Russian-linked vessels, but also they want to sell whatever goods they can steal from the vessels. I mean, and I'm not joking, man. Unfortunately, I'm not joking. That's what London did, actually, right? So there is a high probability, of course, there is a high probability, unfortunately, that, as I have predicted many times before, there will be Western ruling class eventually will provoke some level of confrontation between NATO militaries or militaries of NATO member states and the Russian militaries. And one of the areas where this escalation might happen, most definitely going to be Baltics, potentially Northern Sea, right? And there maybe something of that kind there will happen around UK or Ireland. Maybe. We will see. We will see, by the way. Let's hope somehow situation will de-escalate, but there is very little hope from that, isn't it? Given the level of insanity of the Western elites that are actively engaged, obviously, in this war against Russian people, and therefore all the countries that they control are also engaged in this war against Russian people. And given the number of those countries, it's an entire collective West, basically, maybe with the exception of one or two. Therefore, despite all the Russian efforts to demilitarize the regime, neutralize its military capabilities on daily basis, Russia is facing long-range attacks. Russian people are dealing with long-range attacks, Russian economy, every day, every night, and this will continue because most of these long-range strike means that are used against Russian Federation are manufactured in the Western countries. So unless we will restore deterrent with the collective West and will force them out of this conflict, so that we will be left one-on-one with the Kyiv regime. Unfortunately, this long-range or massive long-range attacks on Russian Federation going to continue because despite all the economical crisis in Western countries, social crisis, and everything else, they still are well capable of producing thousands and thousands of these relatively cheap drones and missiles that they use against Russian Federation. They build it there in the West, then send in the parts on the Kyiv control territory. There is an assembly lines in the Western Ukraine, in the central Ukraine, these drones, missiles being assembled there and then launch against Russia. So unless we will restore the deterrent with the collective West, these long-range attacks are going to continue, I'm afraid. As long as there is military hostilities that are taking place. And past night, Russian Air Defense Forces intercepted, for example, 131 drones that were launched formally by Kyiv regime, in reality by NATO member states, to strike deep into Russian territory. These drones were intercepted over the Belgorod, Bryansk, Voronezh, Kaluga, Kursk, Lipetsk, Oryol, Smolensk, and Tula regions, over the Krasnodar territory, Republic of Crimea, and over the Black Sea. And this is a past night alone. Throughout the day, there were more waves of these long-range attacks that caused tragedies, by the way, and I will get to that point in a second. You might say, well, significant drop in terms of drones that were used against Russia during the past night compared to previous night. And it is true, by the way. Night before, Russian Air Defense Forces intercepted 635 drones, as I reported yesterday in my updates. But unfortunately, due to these long-range attacks on Russian Federation, literally on a daily basis, every day, more Russian citizens, more Russian civilians are losing their lives. Many are injured. And for example, 3 people were killed during the nighttime attack by Kyiv regime's forces, Kyiv regime/NATO countries on Crimea, for example. So 3 people were killed in a Ukrainian/NATO military strike on the Crimea, according to local authorities. Reporter, the enemy launched another night attack on the Republic of Crimea. Sergei Aksonov, regional governor, stated, unfortunately, they are casualties. 3 civilians were killed. He wrote on the Marx platform. Aksonov clarified that 2 more people were injured. He wished them speedy recovery and expressed his condolences to the families of the victims. The head of Republic emphasized that the authorities will provide them with all necessary help. This is not all. Unfortunately, there were more people that were killed. 4 people, for example, including a child, were killed in Ukrainian/NATO drone attack in Gelendzhik. When a beach was attacked, by the way, beach packed with civilians, people. It's a summertime, isn't it? And beach was attacked, and on my Telegram and Twitter X page, I shared the video of this drone attack. It was intentional, man. It was clearly intentional strike on the civilians. And that's how it is, man. That's what Kyiv regime does. That's what Kyiv regime's Western backers do. That's with whom we are facing. So 4 people were killed in a Ukrainian drone strike on the Gelendzhik, Krasnodar Krai, according to local task force. Early reports were that 3 civilians were killed, but unfortunately 1 wounded lost life. According to update, child was among the victims of the attack. 10 civilians, including 2 minors, were also injured. And this is still preliminary data. This happened literally a few hours ago, Bob. Literally a few hours ago. Right now on your screen, you can see drone. It's a beach. People, hundreds, thousands probably of people are enjoying themselves on the Black Sea coast, right? And you can see this Ukrainian/NATO drone. It looks like American Hornet, but its quality of picture is not good enough to determine to say it with 100% certainty. But it's a Ukrainian/NATO drone, and you can see it flies directly towards the beach where people are, and this is a moment of impact, by the way, and explosion on the beach itself. That's what British ruling class does. That's what American ruling class does. That's what German ruling class does. French, Italian ruling class, and their Ukrainian proxies. That's what they do, by the way. That's with whom we are fighting. And there were more attacks. Unfortunately, there were more attacks and more casualties. According to reports, Whitebridge warehouse was targeted in Vladimir Oblast of the Russian Federation, and there were preliminary information that several people were injured during that attack, and warehouse itself caught fire. Yet another warehouse of Whitebridge caught fire, this Russian e-commerce company, and there was tremendous damage that was done to this warehouse. A few minutes before I launched the live stream, I was reading an article which said that fire was contained in the warehouse, but given the images that I've seen before that, I don't know, man, probably most of the warehouse is being destroyed, and whatever goods were inside. Also, we have reports that during the night time, there was a drone strike on the Belgorod region, and you know what was targeted? Kiev regime and its NATO backers targeted Belgorod State University. Belgorod State University. I mean, who does this, man? Who targets schools, kindergartens, universities, colleges? Who does this? Only mass murderers and genocidal maniacs, right? No decent human being will ever sign up for anything like that, ever. And now you be the judge who our enemies are that are doing this kind of stuff. And there is a clear pattern, isn't it? Recently, you were observing U.S. or Israeli attacks on Iran. And what was their targets that they were destroying? What they were targeting, how many universities they struck, how many schools they struck, how many innocent people they killed. School children, students, professors and the teachers and the professors. This is the way how Western ruling class operates, by the way. This is the way how they operate. This is a part of their terror campaign that they always initiate whenever they are fighting, with whichever country. They always are engaged in a terror campaign. And no one should believe that these attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure is some sort of a random development. No, this is absolutely intentional, because there is a clear pattern, right? If it's a one instance, you might say it was a mistake. If it's a two, you still might say it was a mistake, something went wrong with their weapon system or something. But when it's tens of instances, hundreds of instances like that, it's clearly intentional. Clearly intentional, right? And it's a terror campaign that is originated in UK. British ruling class, British secret services are especially brutal, by the way. Everyone knows that, right? There are legends out there about CIA and brutality of CIA, but compared to British ruling class and British intelligence services, British secret services, British militaries, US is not even close, man. So you can imagine how brutal the British intelligence is, right? How psychopathic, if they are 10 times worse than even CIA, man. And they are. And they are. That's how they kill, by the way, throughout the centuries. I mean, British ruling class, that's how they kill more people throughout the past 3 to 5 centuries than First and Second World War combined. Out of their brutality, when they have no respect to life of anybody. That's what British ruling class is, man. And Western ruling class, generally speaking. But these attacks on the Russian Federation are orchestrated first and foremost by British ruling class and British intelligence. They use US assistance, obviously. CIA is engaged in that, and other American institutions, but their leading role is on London. And everybody knows that. And this hatred of Russia and everything Russian in the British ruling class goes back centuries, man. goes back centuries. It's not something new. And when it comes to British involvement in this war against Russian people, you know, dear friends, another weapon that they use against Russia is Flamingo missile, which is a British missile, basically. This missile, this cruise missile, was developed by British and UAE companies together with the leading role of UK, of course. And they transferred, dear friends, let me I forgot once again to have my notebook on the charge, so it almost went off. So when it comes to British involvement, dear friends, you know this Flamingo missile, isn't it? And I have spoke about it quite a number of times. And British engineers, looks like British military industrial complex is constantly working to update or upgrade this missile that's already been used against Russian people and the Russian Federation on numerous occasions. And yesterday I spotted on one of their channels, it was a Kirill Fyodorov Vaina Historia Orужия channel, I believe, short video of flyby of this missile somewhere in Russia, on Russian territory, and their altitude of missile is extremely low. Altitude of missile, you can see on your screen right now, and you can judge the altitude, how high missile flies over the ground. It may be, I don't know, man, 15, 20 meters, maybe, right? Something like that, which is extremely low. And of course, if this is not some sort of a random event, sometimes maybe missile experience some technical issue and just lost altitude, and exactly at that point it was filmed. Theoretically, this might happen, but if this is the parameters that these missiles, upgraded missiles, have, then of course Russian militaries will have to, and Russian engineers will have to pay close attention to this, because of course interception of extremely low flying objects are very difficult, especially fast targets, right? As missiles are. And I can show you a video, dear friends, of this instance. And I think we have to go for preemptive actions, because it's better to eliminate source of this missile, right, than to deal with these missiles already on your territory. Because can you imagine these missiles that are carrying hundreds of kilos of explosives hitting high-rise apartment building? And by the way, there are a lot of villages here in Russia, поселок городского типа, as we say, village of a town-like, that's translation it will be. And in those villages, you have a lot of 5, 7-store, 9-store buildings, villages, by the way, that have high-rise apartment buildings. Can you imagine what will happen to the building if this type of missile with hundreds of kilos of explosives strikes? And many, obviously, it is impossible. Either Kiev regime or its British masters to care so much about civilians that they will make sure to plan the route of this missile in such a way that it will avoid the settlements, right, where their high-rise apartments are. They could not know even where these freaking high-rise apartments are. So they might launch 10 missiles, right? They're flying 20 meters high. They can eliminate a dozen of high-rise apartment buildings in one strike. That's how dangerous it is, isn't it? Let me show you video itself. I mean, it is very low. You know, look. It's about 20 meters, right? It's about 20 meters, and well, that's the threat that UK is generating against Russian people, among many other threats, right? And I think truly time has come, and you know my take a long time ago. I think it is absolutely necessary to restore deterrent with the collective West, because I don't know, man, things might get out of hands, really, right? And there is an argument, dear friends. I have heard this argument many times through different, from members of our community, from other people, from commentators even out there on alternative media, that Moscow is refusing, at least as of now, to restore deterrent with the collective West, because that will require retaliatory strikes, because warnings and just the signals will not work, because they already didn't work, right? And Moscow don't want to retaliate on NATO member states that are engaged in this war against Russia, because this way they want to avoid a wider confrontation. So that's the argument, isn't it? That Moscow is not restoring deterrent with the collective West in order to avoid a bigger conflict. But I think in reality, the situation is exactly the opposite. While refusing to restore, under whatever logic, while refusing to restore deterrent with the collective West right now, we are inevitably pushing ourselves towards a wider war with very same Western countries. That's what I think. And we have a clear pattern, isn't it? We don't have to guess, actually. We have a clear pattern throughout these 4.5 years. Way or the trajectory that Western ruling class is moving, they are constantly escalating, right? They escalated faster. They watched Russian reaction. Well, just statements. Well, they went further. Escalated on the next level. They watched Russia's reaction. Well, nothing. Or just statements. Okay, they went further. And then again, and again, and again. And now we are in a situation when Russian Leningrad region, for example, and St. Petersburg city are targeted from NATO territory itself, from NATO member states, Latvia, Estonia, Finland. That's how bad situation already has become. And longer, in my personal opinion, we will continue to exercise this restraint in hope that we will avoid wider conflict this way. Then unfortunately, there will be higher risk that we exactly going to end up what we want to avoid in a wider conflict. Because Western ruling elites, man, they don't have no breaks. I will question their sanity for sure, but they clearly have no brakes, by the way, and the reverse gear. So they will only continue on the correct trajectory, because that's all they know, man. That's all they know. So you should not expect from them something else, because they don't know this something else. They just simply don't know. So either we are forcing them to stop, or, by the way, we're going to end up in a wider conflict at some point in the future. It is what it is. That's how I see, anyways. That's how I read the situation, right? And look, by the way, UK, for example, is engaged in this war against Russian people in ways that no one would ever probably imagine, right? 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. But anyways, well, I mean, what we can do, isn't it? We are ordinary people. We can observe, we can analyze the situation, share opinion with each other, right? In order to, in order to try and understand as much as we can what's going on, what to expect tomorrow or day after, so that at least we will try our best to be prepared as much as possible and prepare our close ones, right? That's all we can do, really. At this point, but I think we definitely have to restore deterrent. Otherwise, wider conflict is inevitable. Let me continue, dear friends. And well, I just mentioned, isn't it, that Russian Leningrad region and St. Petersburg were attacked on numerous occasions from NATO territories, from airspace of Latvia, Estonia, Finland, which is factual, by the way. This is not just something that I am saying, but I mean, I was predicting that this would be the case for a long time, but this is something that Russian officials have already said, that these countries are engaged in this. Only question, I mean, Russian officials did not went as far as to say that these countries themselves are launching these drones to strike Russia. The narrative is that, well, Kiev regime is launching the drones and using airspace of these countries. In reality, of course, Russian officials are not pointing finger directly on Latvia, Estonia, Finland, because once they say that it's you that actually using your territory and your airspace to attack on us, then that will require from Moscow to respond. And as long as Moscow wants to avoid confrontation with the Western ruling class, as long as Moscow continues to exercise restraint policy with the NATO, with the Western collective West, of course, Russian leadership will not blame directly NATO countries for aggression. But in reality, aggression is happening. Aggression is happening, and we have this report that NATO reconnaissance aircraft is flying around the coast of the Gulf of Finland, over the Baltic states for a past day or two, and you know what that means, isn't it? You know what that means, dear friends. Last time I reported about NATO surveillance planes was several days ago, when US and then British surveillance planes were spotted over the Black Sea, and while reporting about it, I said straight away that, well, they are planning attack. They are planning something, NATO countries, in the southern sectors, and literally day or two after I reported about these surveillance planes, a vessel was targeted and sunk that was belonging to Rosatom. Specific vessel, and I'm quite sure with the specific goods on board, right? Not military goods, by the way, not military assets. Rosatom is engaged in a building of a nuclear power plant in Turkey, right? And I think this vessel was actively involved in a transfer of goods and whatever, right? Materials for that construction in Turkey, and that's why this vessel was attacked. I think Zionists were demanding this to happen from their globalist allies. And it happened. Rosatom lost the vessel in the Black Sea. A few days ago, I reported about it. Check my previous updates if you missed that. And now we have reports, that surveillance planes, NATO surveillance planes, are flying around the Gulf of Finland and the Baltic states, right? Latvia, Estonia, Finland, and you know what's going to happen, man. You know what is the next. Large-scale provocation in the Leningrad region direction, in St. Petersburg direction. They might go after a single target again, like they did in case of Rosatom's vessel in the Black Sea, or they might actually go for a large-scale, long-range attacks on many assets or many directions, either in the Leningrad region alone or both Leningrad region and the St. Petersburg city. And the reason why they are using these spy planes first, practically always before large-scale attacks and the provocations, is that that allow them to detect the Russian air defense radars, of air defense systems, right? And they are then calculating flight path for the drones to avoid as much as possible detection by Russian radars. That's what they do, by the way. They are directly engaged in preparations of the attacks that eventually happen. That's the level of involvement of NATO, by the way, in these attacks on the Russian people and the Russian Federation. So I guess in a day or two, there will be another attacks on Leningrad region and St. Petersburg. We will see. We will see. Hopefully, Russian air defenses are locked and ready to deal with all the aerial targets. Hopefully, they will intercept and destroy everything. And before I continue, dear friends, before I continue, let me highlight, if I may, that this media project is completely subscriber funded. That is exists only as long as I have your support, community support. And if you like my work, if you find my programs informative, interesting, original, please consider to support this project, to support my work. You can do it through several means. You can donate to this channel, to this project through PayPal platform. Link is under this video in description box, and will be in a pinned comment on YouTube after the stream. Also, you can support my work with donation through Boosty platform. Also, link is under this video. You can find there links to my Patreon page, dear friends, not just Boosty, but also not just Boosty and PayPal, but also my Patreon page. And of course, there will be big, massive support if you can subscribe, if you will subscribe to my Patreon page or page that I have on Boosty, where on regular basis I'm publishing some extra content. My first news updates in the day, early in the morning, first are published on Patreon and Boosty, then on YouTube and Rumble, and I'm gonna have many other exclusive contents on Patreon and Boosty as my thank to community there for their support. And today, later on today, maybe I will publish some extra on Patreon and Boosty. Me and family members are planning after my stream, to go for a little walk around Moscow, and I will film. I will make some videos there, maybe short news update also. And once we will back home late in the evening, I will publish that video. That's a plan, at least, right? So, dear friends, you can support through these several means. There is a PayPal, there is a Patreon, Boosty, and during the live streams right now, for example, of course you can support through super chat feature on Rumble, and also while highlighting any comment or the topic that you want to highlight. And also you can use premium subscription gift card on Rumble. Then you can give this gift card to anybody or not, but every time you buy that premium subscription gift card, that's basically $5 donation to this project. So it is very helpful tool, obviously. And many members of community do support through that feature, premium subscription gift card on Rumble. As I said, all the links, by the way, under this video in the description box and in the pinned comment. And if I may, I will drop in the YouTube chat again link to my Rumble channel in case you have an account. Subscribe if you can, because as I said, man, YouTube deleted already like video of mine from 2 days ago, and they might take down my channel without warning at any time. And Rumble will become one of the main ways of communication with the community. So if you can, subscribe to my Rumble. And many thanks to everybody, of course, who supported throughout these years and continues to support and keeps me in this field of news and political commentary and my project live. So thank you very much. And dear friends, when it comes to Patreon and Boosty, we have two new members. Yesterday, GP subscribed to my Boosty page. So thank you very much, GP, for subscribing, for joining our community, on our supporters community on Boosty. And also Coral, I would not say full name, but Coral subscribed to my Patreon page, joined our supporters on Patreon. So thank you very much, Coral, for your support. Truly grateful. Thank you. Hopefully more people will join our community of supporters on Patreon and Boosty, and who knows, maybe towards the end of this year at least, our community will actually double on Boosty and Patreon, and this project of mine, on which I already spent like 4 years of my life. Hopefully this project will be in a safer place, and the question of survivability no longer will be this relevant as it is throughout these years, by the way, right? When we are surviving months after months after months after months, and you can imagine how stressful this is. But anyways, I'm extremely happy to be in this field, man, to have this unique opportunity to work full time for a community as a citizen journalist. So thank you all, dear friends, for your support, for your attention. And let's continue with some more news. There was an interesting article, kind of interesting article on a Telegraph, British propaganda outlet, that says in headlines, the slow death of a coalition of willing. Europe fears leadership crisis in the coalition of willing after their departure of Macron and Starmer, according to Telegraph. Publication highlights that Keir Starmer's departure from the position of Prime Minister of United Kingdom and their expected change in the French presidency with Emmanuel Macron, a European diplomats fear the emergence of a leadership vacuum within the coalition that coordinates support for Ukraine. And let's correct Telegraph here. This coalition of willing is not about support of Ukraine. It's all about war against Russian people and the Russian Federation. We all know that. If they wanted to support Ukraine or the citizens of Ukraine, they will never, ever prolong this war. But they are not about peace and not about anything good for citizens of Ukraine. They are sacrificing hundreds of thousands of citizens of Ukraine, millions actually, and they destroy lives of even more citizens of Ukraine throughout these years. So it's definitely not about support of Ukraine. It's about sacrificing Ukraine and Ukraine's citizens in this war that they are waging against Russian people. This is important correction that Telegraph will never say out loud, although everybody knows this is true. When it comes to this article, it also says these concerns are highlighted by the fact that Starmer's successor, Andy Burnham, virtually has no experience in foreign policy, and the likely successor of Macron, Marine Le Pen, does not intend to provide Ukraine with the necessary military support. Military support. If you want anything good for Ukraine or the citizens of Ukraine, you have to be about peace, not about freaking weapons, man. But okay, man, they live in a different universe. And when it comes to topic itself, that well, there is changes, right, in formal leadership of European countries. In UK, there is a new Prime Minister, Burnham. In France, change is expected. Macron might be replaced by someone else, possibly by Marine Le Pen. Theoretically, this is possible. After all, French court just recently made decision allowing Marine Le Pen to participate in elections, right? In upcoming presidential elections in 2027, correct? And there are some other changes that are expected, either happening already or are expected throughout the number of other key European countries. And one might think, well, this is a big deal. This is a big deal because globalists might lose grip on these countries and on the foreign policies of these countries. But unfortunately, I'm skeptical that this will happen because I'm afraid one puppet of globalists will be replaced by other puppets of globalists. That's what is going to happen most likely. So therefore, I personally don't really expect any fundamental changes in the foreign policies of the either coalition of willing countries or, generally speaking, by leading, European entities. That's what I think about it. But anyways, I mean, we will see. Therefore, I think this is more like a premature panic on behalf of Telegraph. on behalf of Telegram that is extremely Russia hater and Russophobic, obviously xenophobic. We all know that. Unfortunately, there is no reasons to believe that change of the leadership in UK will actually have any impact on the policies of the London, because decision makers, actual decision makers, were always in the shadows, right, and will continue to stay in shadows and pull the strings from there. And this is true in case of UK. This is true in case of France. This is true in case of Germany, by the way. This is true in case of any other key European economy, key European entity, right? That's how it is, man. But nevertheless, Telegraph is kind of panicking there. Some notes of hysteria, which is quite something. And when it comes to expected changes in Europe, well, you know, dear friends, Merz is German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is one of the least popular politicians that ever existed in Germany on such a high level, right? He is a chancellor. His last time I saw his rating was around 15% or something, which is crazy low, isn't it? And now Bild, the German propaganda outlet, is coming out with the article and the prediction, actually, that Merz might sooner departure from their office. So Merz could exit the chancellorship as early as after September's regional elections, where the ruling CDU risks a major defeat. According to Bild, almost no one in the CDU leadership believes Merz will hold onto his post through Christmas. One influential party figure told Spiegel, also another German propaganda outlet, that the chancellor will have to go no later than September 21st, the day after elections in Berlin and Mecklenburg, Vorpommern. That's a land, right? I guess. Of course, I don't know, man. I don't know when Merz will leave the position of chancellor, but what I do know is that replacement of a chancellor will have no fundamental impact on the policies of the Germany, because this republic was controlled during the Cold War. Western Germany, let's say, was controlled by Anglo-Saxon elites throughout the Cold War, after the end of Second World War, and after reunification of Western and Eastern Germanies, this United Republic is also controlled by Anglo-Saxon elites, and they are deciding who's gonna become a chancellor, right? Merz, Berz, Herz, or whatever the name is gonna be. So therefore, what difference does it make? Honestly, dear friends, I mean, you tell me, what difference does it make? I can see possible argument that, well, if AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, or Alternative for Germany party will take over and will form the government, this might have a tremendous impact actually on the German domestic policies and the foreign policies. And well, I hope so, man. What I can say, I hope this will be the case, but yet again, due to my extreme skepticism, which is based on a lifetime experience, by the way, right? Not just knowledge or not just education and working experience, but lifetime experience too. I become this extremely skeptic, and therefore parties throughout the West also are part of a game that globalists are playing. So I don't want to disappoint nobody, man, in Eastern Germany especially, because that's the heartland of AfD. But I'm afraid that party is a product of globalists and their games. Hopefully, I'm wrong, man. I really hope I'm wrong on that, because I have very same take about alternative parties in UK, including Reform UK party. I have same take about Marine Le Pen's party, by the way, that they are just the tools, additional tools, right, in hands of globalists. I don't know. We will see, man. We will see. But I definitely want European countries to be reclaimed by European people, right, by citizens of these countries, and because in that case, normal people will be in charge there, and with normal people we can definitely find common ground. I'm quite sure about it. Meanwhile, when it comes to changes and reshuffles in the government and stuff, we have this report that Zelensky, this British asset, British puppet, appointed their former defense minister, Umerov, as a head of foreign intelligence service. And I would not pay any attention to this stuff, by the way, because who cares, right? But the only reason I'm paying attention to this and I'm sharing this information with you that, well, Umerov is an informant of FBI, isn't it? Umerov is a freaking informant of the FBI. He is a US citizen. I believe his family has a US citizenship and lives in US. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Umerov also has a US citizenship, and he is for sure FBI asset, FBI informant. That's why he's still free. And to appoint FBI asset as an intelligence chief, foreign intelligence chief, well, that's quite something, isn't it? That tells a lot that there is still big tensions between Washington and London in terms of who will replace Zelensky, when, how, and so on. So Washington wants to have a final say. London obviously wants to have a final say. And lately, after Zelensky fired their favorite of Brussels and Paris, Fyodorov from the defense ministry, well, we see demonstrations throughout the Kiev controlled territory, activization of their narrative that Fyodorov might be next president, and so on. And that indicates that Paris and Brussels, they also want to have a final say, right? They also want to be listened by Washington and London. So things are escalating. Things are escalating on the Kiev-controlled territory, and will continue to escalate. Will continue to escalate because I don't think Washington, London, and especially Paris and Brussels will ever find common ground in regards to who controls what in Ukraine, as long as this entity exists, right? In the current essence, at least. That's been said, dear friends. Let's continue with some other news. Middle East, of course, we have to talk about Middle East. Yesterday, I shared during the big community chatter information about decision of Trump to hold on to large-scale strikes on Iran. According to reports or propaganda in the Western media, and according to statements from Trump and his inner circle, something extraordinary of unimaginable scale was planned to attack Iran. And suddenly, Trump come up with this post on True Social and said that, yeah, I'm going to hold, there are going to be no strikes. Iran is begging for negotiations again, and okay, we will hold on. For now, nonsense. Obviously, Iran did not ask for nothing. US did not try to contact the American side. This is all something that Trump made up while posting this stuff. But actual reason why Trump escalated first and then de-escalated again in matter of few days is anybody's guess. My explanation of the situation is, dear friends, that the Western ruling class, while preparing the actual next phase of war against the entire Middle East, not just Iran, but entire Middle East, because main goal of Middle Eastern chapter of their global strategy of the Western ruling elites is to engulf entire region, not just Iran, but entire region into violence on and the fire on ethnic and sectarian lines, to cut off this region, especially energy sector of this region, from a global economy for as long as possible and as much as possible. Right? That's what they want to do. And so they're In order, then obviously, okay, I have to add this. In order, they want that in order to force China to increase its dependence on Russian energy sector up to a critical level, because Western elites looks like are quite confident that they have powerful enough fifth columns in both countries, in Russia and China, so that once Chinese dependence on the Russian energy sector, which is a key element, by the way, for stability of any country, so that once they will force China to reach an extreme level of dependence on the Russian energy, they will use these fifth columns to initiate confrontation, sort of, right? Disagreements first, then confrontation between Moscow and Beijing, and eventually create push Beijing towards the narrative that Moscow is about to turn its back on China, cut off energy supplies to China, which will be fatal for Chinese economy, obviously. And by doing so, Western ruling class will try to provoke an actual war between China and Russian Federation, because Beijing they will push Beijing towards their thinking that the only way they can secure themselves is to go for a military solution to basically forcefully, militarily secure closest energy fields. And it so happened that closest energy fields to China are in Russian Federation. In Central Asia, smaller ones are in the Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, okay, but you can't compare it to Russian, right, energy capabilities. And so that's the game plan, by the way. That's the major plan that Western ruling class wants. Eventually, they want to push China and Russia towards a confrontation so that they will get rid of both and only actually competitors on a geopolitical scale. If they succeed in that, well, no one gonna ever challenge the Western elites, right? Well, because they will never ever allow anybody to come even close to the point when they will even attempt to challenge Western elites. It's everything is about domination of the Western elites, by the way. Everything they do is about cementing the forever domination of the planet. Call it a one world government, call it whatever you want, but that's what they want. They want to be in charge forever, right? And so in terms of to succeed in this, they need to engulf entire Middle East into sectarian violence, right? And their ethnic violence, entire region, not just Iran. And that's why I don't buy this nonsense. I don't buy this nonsense that Iran asked or someone else asked Trump to hold on to attacks right now, because none of them care about opinions of Middle Eastern countries. None of them care about any of these Middle Eastern countries, actually. They want all of them to be destroyed. I mean Western ruling class, right? But until they will launch this second phase of war against Iran in the hope that they will eventually engulf entire region in this fire, they need to keep region under the pressure, right? And how are you going to do it? One way is this tit-for-tat exchange of fire, and another way is statements, right? One day you say, oh, you're going to go and bomb Iran like never before. And a few days after, you will say, you know what, I changed my mind. And then a few days after, you will say again, oh, we're going to go now and do this and that. And then you will actually strike. Iran will strike back, then you will take pause. And that's what's going to continue from now and at least late autumn or early winter, when Western ruling class will actually greenlight next phase of war, which will include ground invasion, by the way. It wouldn't be just aerial strikes. It will include ground invasion. And that's why, as I already mentioned in my previous updates, US, Israel, and their allies created a sort of a highway now through northern Syria and northern Iraq, right? And through this highway, let's call it that, they are pushing a lot of weapons, a lot of munitions, a lot of PMCs, a lot of manpower, including terrorists, by the way, right? From Mediterranean towards the Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan. They have a highway there, right? They control Syria, they control Kurdistan. I mean, Western ruling class, right? Through Western secret services and Israeli secret services. And let's keep in mind that Syria itself is controlled by Western ruling class, right? They put in position of power in Damascus this terrorist, Al Qaeda terrorists, right? So we know what's going on there. So until later autumn, I mean, I can go even more precise, until let's say second half of October, November, let's say, latest, I mean, first half of winter, we will have this kind of developments in the Middle East, tit for tat, then escalations through statements, then tit for tat exchange of fire again to keep this region in instability, and then this next phase of war began, right? And I already said there are approximate directions of incursions into Iran. One is Iraqi Kurdistan. Tehran knows about it. That's why they are methodically eliminating Kurdish terrorist groups and some camps of PMCs and all sorts of terrorist entities. And also, that's why they are strike on British, French, US military assets in this area, and these strikes will continue. There is also, of course, Caucasus, Southern Caucasus direction. Western ruling class controls through different means Armenia and Azerbaijan, so they might and they will for sure use these republics in whichever way, but they will definitely use these republics during their next phase of escalation against Iran. There might be no ground incursion into Iran, maybe, but they will use these republics as their launch points for their drones, for example, or the missiles for their psyops and stuff. And also there is a southeastern Iran, right, where Baluchi minority lives, and they're among minority of these Baluchis. They are also extremist elements that have formed their few terrorist organizations, right, and they are allied with also with the Israeli Secret Service and the US Secret Service and so on, right? So they're going to use them also during this next phase of the war. So they will attack from this direction, southern eastern part, northern part from Iraqi Kurdistan, maybe from Southern Caucasus too. But everything from now and that point, when the second phase of war begins, is just attempts to keep this region under the pressure, to make sure that no one will have illusion that, well, war is over. No, they cannot allow this illusion to spread, because they want instability. They want cut off this region from global economy as much as possible and for as long as possible. And therefore, this is all nonsense, by the way, what Trump is saying, right? First, he says that Iranian side asked her for the escalation. Then Western propaganda outlets like Axios, like Wall Street Journal and many others went to say that no. I mean, first and foremost, it was Saudi Arabia and other GCC countries that begged Trump not to escalate with Iran. Trump himself now says the same, right? If yesterday he was saying that it was Iran, today Trump is saying that no, it was Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar and others from GCC. And well, Iran also, according to Trump. Total nonsense, by the way. Total nonsense, because if they wanted to escalate now, they would not listen to no reality from the region, because they don't care, man. They want to engulf the entire region into the war, right? So they already have made decision to destroy completely, to sacrifice Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, by the way, everybody, right? Entire Middle East, Jordan, Oman, by the way, you name it, Iraq, Iran, all of them. They want to engulf entire region into this war, right? So obviously they would not take decisions based on what the Saudis are asking or the Emiratis. They don't care. But in order to maintain this pressure and this instability in the region, they are engaged in all sorts of these dodgy stuff, right? Or sometimes they strike, sometimes they escalate only verbally, as Trump did just now. Meanwhile, dear friends, Trump also stated that negotiations between U.S. and Iran will begin today. On Monday, he lied again, actually, because Iran denies that there is any talks with the U.S. He literally made up. How you say it, man? He literally just comes up with some stories, right? That is made up completely, and Western propaganda actually runs with those stories for quite a while until they will realize finally that it was a BS stuff, man. He just made up this shit. So Trump is constantly lying, of course, and Iran made a statement. Nevertheless, they have to react, isn't it? Because Iranian officials being asked, Trump said, negotiations going to start today. Is it true? And foreign ministry spokesman of Iran, Ismail Baghei, stated that no, this is not the case. Tehran is only negotiating with Muscat right now. That's the only negotiations they are engaged in terms of this regional stuff. Muscat is not US, right? It's a capital of Oman, right? Last time I checked, Muscat was capital of Oman, not the capital of United States. That's how it is, right? All this BS stuff that is happening in regards to Middle Eastern in terms of Western propaganda, Western media and actions and so on is just an attempt to keep this region under the pressure, and same time, of course, Western ruling class is preparing as much as they can, right, for this actual next phase of the war that's going to be launched towards the end of autumn or early winter. That's all it is. So we should not take seriously nothing, by the way, from now and that point when second phase of the war is launched, because everything that comes out from the West in regards to the Middle East is going to be a lie, period. There is no need, by the way, to try to understand what Trump meant, what Trump wants, or anyone else from this formally decision makers, because they are not decision makers. Actually, they are just talking heads in hands of globalists and their allies, right? And I find it quite frustrating, actually, when even in alternative media, by the way, many commentators, big channels, massive channels, are trying to understand and wasting so much time on the topic of what Trump was planning and what Trump will do and what Trump will this and that. And for God's sake, man, as long as you are trying to understand what Trump is going to do or not, you would not be able to understand what the hell is going on, actually, because it's not about Trump. Forget about Trump, man. He's just a freaking talking head. It's about actual decision makers in the West, which is a globalist, that is a European ruling class, European aristocracies, and all the clans that are in service of these aristocracies throughout the centuries, by the way, right? Throughout the last 3 to 5 centuries, these are powerful force. They have allies. They have their assets inside the US. Globalists, Democrats are allies, actually, of European globalists. And neocons are their allies also, although neocons might have a bit different vision about this world, but usually they are on the same page when it comes to foreign policies, right? Or attacking anybody. And it is the case right now, too. And Zionists are useful idiots, right, for globalists, by the way. Zionists being used, and clans that are related to Zionism, they've been used as cashiers, right, as bankers by Western elites, also throughout the centuries, by the way, and because they've been quite useful for Western elites, they've been allowed to become quite powerful, and they become quite powerful, by the way, but nevertheless, they are servants too. There is globalists that are major force, these European aristocracies, first and foremost, although globalist club includes many groups, right, including Vatican, which is quite specific stuff, obviously, right? I'm talking about Vatican as an entity, as a state, quasi-state, and they they are engaged in a lot of things, by the way, right? It's not just about Catholic Church, as some assumes, right? Vatican is much more diverse than just a religion, right? So Vatican is a part of, obviously, globalist club. British aristocracy is a major force, most powerful force in the globalist club, but there is also French aristocracy that hates everybody. They hate Vatican, or they are more allied with Vatican than with their British aristocracy because they hate the British aristocracy even more, right? They are forever enemies for each other. And it's a complicated stuff, right? But that's the main force, man. That's the major force. Unless you understand who is pulling the strings, man, you will be stuck on a level of discussion like what Trump meant by saying this and what Trump plans to do tomorrow. It does not matter what Merz will say, what Berham or whatever his freaking name is, new prime minister of UK will say, what Macron will say, because these are just the talking heads. What actually matters is what is the plans and their strategies of the Western ruling class, globalists and their allies, neocons and Zionists. That's what is matters, right? Anyways, dear friends, let's continue with some other news. Iran said, understandably so, that but there is no negotiations with US, and that is that. And Iran also stated that despite Trump's earlier post about Strait of Hormuz being open and agreement being reached with Iran, they said, their Fars news agency from Iran, for example, reports that Iran will not open the Strait of Hormuz for nobody unless Tehran will be contacted, and Tehran will allow, in certain circumstances, some vessels from somewhere to move around, right, safely. Without Iran's permission, Strait is closed for everybody, period. Despite what Trump says and despite what SETCOM says, which continues to insist that Strait is open, by the way. I mean, why they are making laughing stock out of themselves, sir, I don't know, man, but something is wrong with their PR team of SETCOM, for sure. I mean, they're very bad, right? And also, dear friends, I want to share with you this information that is coming from Iran's foreign ministry. So this is official. So Iran does not believe that their Ukrainian strike on the ship Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea was accidental. Tehran has evidence that the Ukrainian Air Force's strike on the Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea was intentional, despite assurances from Kiev. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic stated, and this is important. This is important. Formally, allegedly, Kiev and Tehran reached agreement after Kiev regime's foreign minister contacted Abbas Araghchi, right, a few days ago, to kind of de-escalate between the two sides. But because Iran is making this statement again, that clearly means that Iran wants to follow on this story. And I think Iran knows perfectly well that this attack on Iranian vessel was not just an attack of Kiev regime, but clearly Western ruling class was involved, and another proxy of the Western ruling class together with Kiev regime, and this another is Azerbaijani regime, right? Aliyev's regime in Azerbaijan. And this is a very important topic, by the way, because as I have said many times before, this former Soviet republic has become a proxy of UK, and under the heavy influence also of the Zionists. Of course, you might say, well, what about Turkey? I mean, Azerbaijan is a Turkish proxy, and you know what? You can say that if you want to, but if you keep in mind that Turkey itself is a British proxy, then proxy of their proxy that is a British proxy is a still British proxy, isn't it? So obviously Turkey has an influence in Azerbaijan, no doubts about it, even though Turkey is a majority Sunni, Azerbaijan is majority Shiite, but they speak Turkic language. Azerbaijanis speak Turkic language, and that brings them like closer to each other, right? And Azerbaijan transformed into this British proxy. Basically, since almost straight away after Soviet Union collapse, British ruling class entered Azerbaijan with everything they have, including BP. By the way, they established control over the Azerbaijan, and they are basically main safeguards, let's say, of Aliyev's regimes, right? Because now it's Ilham Aliyev president, right? But before him was his father. It's like a freaking dynasty, man. There, and they are secured by Brits, right? As long as Baku obeys orders from their London, this Aliyev regime is going to be like more or less safe place, right? And this is not okay with Iran, obviously. Even though in the past there was a not quite okay level of cooperation between British ruling class and Iranian elites, right, including religious elites, religious leadership. Now it is clear that if Iran wants to survive, they have to deal with their enemies, right, big time, and they clearly are doing it. So Azerbaijan is a threat. Azerbaijan is a threat for Iran that Tehran cannot tolerate to stay as a threat, and obviously Tehran will conduct some steps to secure itself from whatever threats are going to be generated from Azerbaijan. But also, what I want to say, dear friends, is that there may be, after Western ruling class will lose in this Middle Eastern chapter, maybe Iran and Russia will come up with a combined operation to eliminate threats that are generated by this British proxy Azerbaijan. Because, it's not just Tehran that has issues with the Aliyev regime, but Moscow also has issues with the Aliyev regime. And theoretically speaking, man, I mean, look at the geography here. Look at the geography. Theoretically speaking, it might happen that at some point after West will lose in the Middle East, maybe Russia and Iran will end up having a land border with each other in Southern Caucasus. Just saying, man. Just saying. Right? I definitely see such a probability. I definitely see a couple of scenarios at least that will lead towards the establishment of a land border between Iran and the Russian Federation, somewhere in the Caucasus region. That's what is going to happen, by the way. Matter of 3, 5, 7 years maybe. I mean, it depends, isn't it? I mean, this world is extremely complex stuff, man, and it depends on many things. But I think in prospect of next, let's say, 10 years, this will happen, and Russia and Iran will have a land border on the Caucasus, in Caucasus region. We will see, isn't it? We will see, man. Hopefully, we're all gonna be around, man, in the 10-year and in the 20-year, and hopefully in the 50-year from now. We will see. And other news, and next is this reporter that I want to share with you about continuation of crimes against humanity on behalf of Israel. By the way, Israel conducted yet another massive strikes, waves of strikes actually, on southern Lebanon. And on your screen you can see right now results of these strikes. Vast area, by the way, is engulfed in fire, and tremendous damage is being done. That's what Israel does, by the way, on daily basis, basically. I mean, maybe MSM is not talking about constant death, constant rise of the death toll among civilians in the Gaza Strip, in the West Bank, in Lebanon, but that's what is happening. Israel is not stopping, even for an hour, by the way, even for a day, to kill more and more people in the Gaza Strip, West Bank, and in Lebanon. And unfortunately, due to consequences of destruction of civilian infrastructure throughout the region, numerous number of civilians are dying because of the lack of food, lack of clean water, lack of medicine, lack of everything. That's what Israel is doing, by the way. And unfortunately, world is busy with anything but paying attention to hell on earth that is happening in Palestine, in the West Bank, in Lebanon, that are generated by Israel and Israeli allies. And when it comes to Israeli allies, you know, one of the major allies is US. Obviously, US is no any less guilty in crimes against humanity than Israel when it comes to Middle East, but US is engaged in a mass murder elsewhere too throughout the world, right? And they're in a close neighborhood with the US, obviously also. Cuban national power grid has completely failed again, and you guess why is that? Because people of Cuba have been put under the inhuman conditions for decades and decades and decades due to illegal by US, by the way, due to illegal embargoes and the sanctions and their crimes committed by Washington. And I don't know, man. I mean, strength of the Cuban nation is just unbelievable because they still stand, man. They still stand despite everything that US done against them, right? And well, you know, every time this power grid fails, by the way, that means, unfortunately, that many people die in hospitals and in emergency rooms. Because unfortunately, Cuba experiences extreme lack of fuel too. And there are many hospitals and clinics that have no fuel to use power generators. That's what US does, man. That's what US does. That's what Western ruling class does. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm quite sure American people don't want to be involved in a mass killing of the Cubans or anybody else. I'm quite sure vast majority of American people don't even know what their country is doing to millions and millions and millions of people in Cuba. Quite sure majority of Americans don't even know what kind of role US play in this humanitarian disaster. And I'm afraid the majority of Americans don't even care, man. That's also something that has to be said. I'm afraid most Americans probably don't even care. Yes, there is a small minority, well-informed minority in US that is towards the good, right? But they are failing, man, because our system is just too strong. This corrupt system is just too freaking strong, right? And they do whatever they want. And they are terrorizing millions of people on Cuba also, as they do throughout the world whenever they can, man. And it is unfortunate, right? It is unfortunate that well, neither China, by the way, neither Russia are in a position, or it seems like, to challenge US, right? To challenge Western ruling class on a level that is necessary. Of course, Moscow and Beijing are challenging Western ruling class on some level, but that is not enough, man. Right? Cuba should not be in this situation if Moscow, and would not be in this situation if Moscow and Beijing and their allies were stronger or more decisive, let's say. And people in the Middle East would not suffer from actions, criminal actions of the Western ruling class and their Zionist allies if Moscow, Beijing, and their allies were stronger and more decisive. And in many world situation would be very different, positively different, if Moscow and Beijing were more decisive, man. But they are not, unfortunately. And Western ruling class feels like they can do literally anything they want, man, and that's exactly what they do. Also, I think interesting a report from India today that Pakistan deploys 250 Chinese howitzers along the Indian border that can strike up to 72 kilometers. And I think India today got it wronger, kind of. They are special shells with extender range, but ordinary howitzers can shoot at around like 30, 35, 40 kilometers, right? Anything above that is a special shells that have extender range, right? But nevertheless, sir, this is a serious development, obviously, and unfortunately, Cold War between China and India continues to escalate, and India would be in a better position, and I'm quite sure India would be in a better position, in a stronger position, if New Delhi was more free, more independent from their influence, or the Indian ruling class, for example, right, was more independent from influence of the Western elites, but unfortunately they are not, and that creates additional challenges for Indian nation, right, and puts India in a disadvantageous position now and in the long run. So some fundamental changes has to happen in India, by the way, right? This country, in order to survive and be strong and prosperous, has to be independent, truly independent, sovereign. And right now it is not, unfortunately, right? And they know it, man. Everybody knows this, right? Western influence just is too freaking strong, and this is a major challenge that Indian society and the Indian ruling class, political class, has to overcome. Because this is dangerous, man. Extremely, extremely dangerous. They're gonna lose big time, right? If they continue on the current trajectory. And probably they know that, man. They have to make some fundamental changes, man, because this is not okay. This is not good, man. India should be totally sovereign, totally independent, right? And Western ruling class should not even dare to challenge Indian leadership, right? Given the history, what Western ruling class, what British ruling class did to Indian people, man. But unfortunately, so you might be surprised, but British ruling class still has tremendous influence in India, right? Tremendous influence in India. Despite everything they did to Indian people, man, I remind you, when British Empire entered India, this country was number second or third in terms of GDP in the world, right? And when the British Empire kind of left, they never actually left fully, but at least when they under occupation of India, military occupation of India, this country was one of the poorest in this world, in this world, right? On one of the last places in terms of GDP. UK robbed to the last penny, man, Indian people. British Empire robbed this nation to the last freaking penny. That's what they did, man. And they still have a freak. I don't get it, man. How anybody in India can obey any freaking orders from London? How anybody in India can see British ruling class anything but enemy, man? Makes no freaking sense, right? But there we go. A few more news, dear friends. Important ones, sir. I think Russia's newest passenger airliner, MC-21 310, assembled entirely using domestic production technologies, production lines, and in a totally import substituted design, took for its first flight. It was a success, by the way. You can see the plane itself on your screen.
Irkutsk. Flight lasted 1 hour and 23 minutes. During this time, the airliner climbed to an altitude of 6,000 meters and reached a speed of 600 kilometers. During the test, the crew tested their aircraft stability and their controllability in various configurations, as well as their operation of domestically produced onboard systems. And by the way, this design, this plane, has already succeeded with more than half of certifications. Right, certification processes are underway. It's a very complex stuff, obviously. Right, it's hundreds of certifications that has to be done, and more than half is already being finished, and hopefully in about, I don't know, man, difficult to say, but hopefully next year all the paperwork, all the technical work paperwork will be successfully finished. The plane will receive certification to fly, and we will have a brand new plane, by the way, completely domestically built plane. And this is a big deal because only a few countries in this world are capable of building either military aircraft on its own, right, totally independently, or civilian aircraft. And some people might say to build civilian aircraft is less challenging than military aircraft, but I think in reality it's actually other way around. And the building civilian aircraft probably is many times more challenging and difficult than to build a military aircraft, because requirements are much stronger and much more, right? Safety requirements and many other things. That's what I think. I'm not an expert in aviation, but I can imagine that civilian aircraft, to build civilian aircraft, that should be much more difficult than military aircraft for many reasons. So good news, by the way, good news. Quite a number of civilian aircrafts soon gonna enter mass production here in Russia, and hopefully if I'm being realistic, by the way, hopefully in 10-15 years time, Russian aerospace industry will be able to it's not going to be easy, man, because of course Boeing and Airbus are monopolies on the market. But if we are good enough, then I think in 10-15 years time we can reach their level when we can actually compete, man, with those giants, right? Boeing and Airbus. Also, I want to share with you, dear friends, this information, which is also about aviation, but this one is a very unfortunate news, because there was an accident in the skies. Two helicopters, firefighter helicopters, collided in midair while they were fighting wildfires. This happened in Greece, by the way. I can show you a video of this tragic incident. According to reports that I see, two crew members on a helicopter died on helicopter that crashed. And no chances there to survive. At least second helicopter looks like did not crash straight away. So hopefully it managed to land. Also happens, by the way, when these brave people, firefighters, are trying whatever they can to save the people and deal with these wildfires. And of course, it's not just Europe, by the way, that is facing with these dangers of the wildfires. Spain, France, Greece, there are wildfires in a number of other areas also throughout Europe, and not just Europe, but elsewhere too. In Canada, by the way, massive wildfires. In US, somewhere else too. Every summer in many countries, Russia is no exception, unfortunately, in this regard. And well, just in past 24 hours, according to media report here in Russia, 48 forest fires were extinguished. Firefighting services extinguished 48 forest fires in 15 Russian regions in past 24 hours. Avia Lesa reported, the institution that is responsible for safety of the Russian forest. According to information from regional forestry dispatch services over the past 24 hours in the 15 regions of Russia, forest firefighting forces extinguished 48 forest fires, covering an area of 1,000, more than 1,200,000 hectares, by the way. More than 1,200 hectares, no, more than 1,289 hectares, right? By midnight, 237 forest fires were burning across Russia, covering an area of 188,000 hectares. So you can imagine scale of the forest fires, right? And as I said, unfortunately, this is a year-on-year issue that Russia is facing, and many other countries, especially ones with their massive territories and massive forestry. And of course, Russia is the biggest country in the world with a massive forestry. I think we can challenge Brazil anytime when it comes to forest. And 237 areas where fire is raging. In many instances, these fires will be extinguished by firefighters. In some instances, fires are so far away from any civilian area, by the way. I mean, not just hundreds of kilometers away from closest settlement, but thousands of kilometers away from closest settlements, that those fires probably gonna burn until they will extinguish them for themselves, right? Until there is a rain or something, because they are just too far away from to be reached, right? It will be logistical impossibility to deal with certain forest fires due to freaking distances, right? But whenever Russian firefighters can reach fire, they will fight that fire. And that is all, dear friends, for today's news segment. I hope you find it informative and interesting, useful. I try my best to prepare for you interesting program, and if you liked it, then please click that like button, leave some commentary about any topic you find interesting, share your opinion about any topic, right? You know, I'm reading the comments, dear friends. I'm trying to like comments. I'm trying to react on the comments, on all comments, as much as I can, right? And so it will be interesting to see feedback from the community. And now let's have a little community chat, dear friends, because there was a super chats, there was recommendations through PayPal and this super chats on if you have a time, stay online, dear friends. So let's have a little chat. First, Anne, did you copy all the super chats on Rumble? Okay, you sure? Okay. Anna has day off today, so she's helping me with the super chats. And so, okay, let's start with the recommendations, if I may. Right, let's start with the recommendations that I received from Christopher through PayPal with the donations, by the way. So thank you very much, Christopher, for your support to this media project of mine and to my work. And Christopher is recommending video on GNF channel. Zelensky's desperation grows, Musk declines Zelensky to meet with Zelensky, and in its videos on GNF, or the latest one. Thank you for sharing. And it is true, I also read, by the way, about it. I didn't highlight it in my programs, but I read about this situation that occurred in the US when Zelensky was visiting recently, like about a week ago. Allegedly, Elon Musk refused to have a meeting with him Could be true. I don't know, but well, Elon Musk should be designated as a terrorist, and Zelensky should be designated as a terrorist, by the way, and they both should be sent to prison for mass murder that they have committed with their actions, with the direct or indirect involvements, but both are definitely criminals, in my personal opinion. And so yes, sir, that's the one recommendation. There is another one. Russia unleashes massive attack on landlocked Ukraine. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Rick Sanchez. He now has 22.3k subs, and the difference. This is going to be also interesting. Rick Sanchez is quite a famous American media personality. He has a program. He has his own channel, as you can see, and he has also a program on RT. And he's quite popular, actually. I believe he's one of the most popular anchors on RT right now. So check out his channel, dear friends. Also, Christopher is recommending, let me read this one through. Russia calls Ukraine's new commander's remarks pure Nazism, Ruyen. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Freelancier, which has 87.2k subs, by the way. That's a big channel. So thank you for your recommendations. And well, I will agree, by the way, with their statement that new commander of Kyiv regime's general staff is definitely a Nazi, and he had made undoubtedly xenophobic, fascist, Nazi statements. And this is true, by the way. And if members of our community don't know what am I talking about, check out this recommendation from Christopher, by the way. He has he has said some horrible things, by the way, in regards to Russian people. So there was more recommendations from Christopher. More recommendations from Christopher. Hello everyone, here is the video that you might like to watch or share. Europe is bluffing and Russia knows it. The video can be seen on YouTube channel Conversation Among the Ruins. Oh, that's a quite a good name, interesting name for the channel, isn't it? Conversation Among the Ruins. Okay. This video is 17.31 minutes longer. Channel has 54,000 subscribers, 54.6 thousand subscribers. And well, I heard about this channel just now, Christopher. So thank you for sharing. I'm gonna check out this channel for sure after the live stream. So thank you for your recommendation there. Also, there is another one. Russian Su-34 drops 13 FAB 1500 bombs near Orechov. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Tapur Update. And dear friends, I definitely recommend to watch this video. If you have not seen results of FAB strikes, you will see why that Russian aerospace forces are deploying is so terrifying, right? And being listed as one of the most terrifying Russian weapons by Kyiv regime's forces themselves. And I mean, I have seen quite a number of explosions, by the way, when FAB 1500s are deployed or FAB 3000s, and it's something epic, man, for sure. I mean, whoever survives, I mean, in epicenter of explosion, no one gonna survive, obviously, right? But I think anybody in probably 100, 200 meters from the epicenter will have a concussion. And maybe some internal organs will be damaged due to this massive burst, right? And change of pressure that is happening instantly, right? It's tremendous explosions, by the way. I mean, it's these FAB bombs together with the Russian flamethrower systems, Buratino and Soltsypyok, is among the most terrifying weapons that Kyiv regime's forces are naming whenever they've been asked about it. So thank you for sharing, Christopher, that. And also there is another recommendation. Russians seized GoPro footage of Ukrainian elite soldiers, or is what they found video can be seen on Murat-san. These videos are always interesting. They are always, I mean, these videos, especially when it's a close combat, definitely not for people that are extremely sensitive. But if you can take some strong images, then these videos definitely are interesting, because you have first, I mean, you have a better understanding how close quarter combat is actually happening. And I have seen quite a lot of these videos, man. It's difficult to watch, actually. Especially for civilians, right? I'm civilian, so, you know, for militaries, maybe this is just another day, but for civilians, it's something extraordinary, of course. Thank you for sharing, Christopher. And there are more recommendations. There are more recommendations from Christopher. Let me continue. Sirens sound in Ukraine. Russian missiles hit 5 Kiev districts. Casualties fall. This video can be seen on YouTube channel KRY Military with 102K subs. So some big channel with videos of recent Russian long-range precision strikes on military and industrial or military-industrial capabilities of Kiev regime. So channel is KRY Military. There is another recommendation from Christopher. Grassroots of Ukraine's war, oligarchs, capital and state failure. Dr. Vladimir, this video can be seen on YouTube channel called The Peacemonger. He now has 15K subs, and maybe we helped a little bit. Maybe you helped first and foremost, Christopher, a bit this channel to grow in numbers. Also, Scooby, remember Scooby recommended this channel to members of our community, and you have shared recommendations about new updates on the channel quite a few times. So maybe our community actually help them to grow a bit. That's a good thing. Thank you for sharing, Christopher. And there is another one, Black Sea with no way out, risk of Ukraine sports, Krapivnik, and Lotas. That would be also interesting. This video can be seen on YouTube channel Stanislav Krapivnik. He has a 69.2K subs. And of course, dear friend, you all are familiar with the Stanislav Krapivnik's work. He's a US military veteran, but a Russian commentator, and obviously pro-Russian commentator, by the way. And he also does great work to reach out world and share information and share news and their take, by the way, from pro-Russian standpoint, right? So he also does great news. He's also on the front line of a media war or informational war that Western ruling class is waging against us, Russian people, right? So I think he is on the first line of this media or informational war, while protecting as much as he can, right, Russian people. And my channel is much smaller, but I think I am also somewhere there, by the way, on the front line of this informational war. And I also trying my best, by the way, to be a good citizen of Russia, a good member of the community, and to protect the interests of Russian society as much as I can. Hopefully I'm doing good job in this regard. I'm trying, man. So thank you, Christopher, for the recommendation. And there are more. There is this recommendation also from Christopher. Hello, Levana. Here's the video you might like to watch. I am 18 and I got 2-room apartment in Russia. This how I did it. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Sonia from Russia. She has only 5 thousand subs. Well, if Russia and then purchasing some property here in Russia, I guess this video will be helpful in that. I mean, thank you for recommendation. I personally did not even think about purchasing their home or house because I'm just very far away from the position when you can start dreaming about buying the home or getting the mortgage. So therefore, but there are many people that are planning to come to Russia, right? And they are in a position to purchase property. Some choose countryside, some choose cities, and there are many channels that are sharing their experiences in this regard. And one of those channels being recommended by Christopher. Thank you very much, Christopher, for your support and the recommendations. And there was also these messages that I received through PayPal. Let me highlight the friends. So there were messages from Pedro. Pedro, thank you very much. Of course, I would not say full name, but first name. Pedro, thank you very much for your donations through PayPal, and messages from you were, hey, Levan, great live yesterday. Thank you for that. Please share your take on this news. And second message was, there was two reports I wanted to share with you. And Pedro, I did not receive any notifications about what reports you were talking about. So therefore, unfortunately, I don't know on what news exactly you were asking me to react. So that's how it is. I received these two messages from you, and that's it, right? There was no description of a news itself, unfortunately. So therefore, I cannot react on it. Maybe you will clarify that for next live stream, and obviously I will react, by the way, 100%. So thank you very much, Pedro, for your messages and the donation through PayPal. Thank you. There was also, dear friends, there was a super chats. There was a super chats. Oh, wait. There was more recommendations actually from there was okay, I see. There was two more recommendations from Christopher. Am I correct? No? Oh, fee. Yes. Okay. Okay. I know what I'm doing now. I guess so. So let me screenshot this first, right? So I will go one by one, right? Or not necessarily one by one, but look. Okay. Yes, I will make these recommendations. I will highlight this, then super chat, and then as it goes, right? Let's go for these two super chats. Also. So, okay, let's continue, dear friends, our community chatter. I'll give you two super chats now. First, then recommendations, then super chats, like that. So I mean, there is issues with internet, right? So thank you very much, Scooby, for your super chat on the Rumble and the $2 donation. And Scooby is commenting, how effective will 1,000 Chinese manpods be for Iran? 1,000 manpods. Yeah, 1,000 is a big number, Scooby. Recently, Western propaganda outlets reported about 300 to 400 manpods, and they were trying to make a big deal out of it. Well, 300 to 400 manpods in case of Iran, of course, could not be seen as a like big deal, right? But 1,000 manpods, okay, now we are talking. Iran itself probably has at least like 3 to 5,000 manpods, I guess, in its arsenal. More like around 3,000. So 1,000 more is a big deal. Is a significant addition for a point air defense, let's say, right? So therefore, it is a big deal, I will say. In terms of effectiveness, you have to be very lucky. If you're being tractor, if missile was launched towards you, if you are in a helicopter or low flying plane, and if a missile is being launched towards you, you have to be very lucky to survive, right? You can deploy chaffs, you can do all sorts of things, right? But it might not help because latest generations of these heat-seeking missiles might also have additional small radar in it, right? That will guide it through laser, for example. So your chaffs might not actually help you much in that case. And therefore, I mean, given the model, what generation of manpod this is, and what is the capabilities, I mean, it's a big deal. It's a menace for helicopters, and even if you are on a fighter jet, by the way, once missile being launched, I mean, all you can do is deploy chaffs, right, and accelerate as much as you can, because the range of main seatback of these manpods is a range. They can shoot around up to 10 kilometers, right? More or less, right? Some manpods have a 3 to 5 kilometer range. Some have 7 to 10, 7 to 12 kilometers. Right? You can carry this stuff. So 3 to 5, 7 kilometers is quite a lot. So if you are on a helicopter, you have to be very lucky to survive. If you are on a jet, you have to accelerate as much as you can. Nidish is commenting right now, no manpod shoots for 10 kilometers. No, Russian Werber has around that range, isn't it? 7 to 10 kilometers. Let me check right now. I will check right now, because you can't remember everything, isn't it? If a range will be described, so okay, let's see what it will says. It's one of the latest Russian engineering solutions when it comes to manpods, these Verbas, right? And let me see the range, man, if it says anything about it. Okay, about 7 kilometers. Verba Verba missile has a range about 7 kilometers, which is quite a lot, isn't it? Which is still quite a lot. So Okay, I was, I was mistaken a bit. I was thinking that Verba has a latest freaking missiles, right? Or manpods. But 7 kilometers still is quite a lot, isn't it? So if you are on a jet, all you can do is accelerate as much as you can to run away from this missile because it has a short range. I mean, 10 kilometers is also short range, right? That's also Nidish is commenting on. That's a complete range. Effective range will be even less. Yes, I mean, even if it's on the paper, if it's a 10 kilometers, of course, everything, even air-to-air missiles, by the way, it might have a range 100 kilometers, but real range will be dependent on altitude, on conditions, right? Weather conditions included. It's hot weather, cold weather, because everything impacts atmosphere, isn't it? Atmospheric pressure, and so there is numerous ways, numerous issues, right, or numerous topics that will influence your actual range, effective range of combat. So in that case, yeah, but anyways, it's a several kilometers range, right? Anyways, it's a several kilometers range, so 1,000 manpods, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Several hundred, not really 1,000, it's a big deal. I don't know how good Chinese manpods are, right? I mean, Russians are good, and I guess Chinese are also effective. Otherwise, why would Iran purchase those manpods? Also, Wayward, thank you, Scooby, for highlighting through super chat. Also, Wayward is commenting, and thank you, Wayward, for your super chats and donations, dollar donation in this particular super chat with this particular super chat. And Wayward is commenting, where there hell are there security for the high-ranking officials? Has the Kremlin learned nothing from the previous assassinations? The FSB is beyond incompetent. Well, it's I don't think security is on FSB, Wayward. FSB is not involved in protection, physical protection of officials. It's a separate organization. It might be part of FSB. I don't know. I mean, nuances of that, but it's a separate department. Could be as a formally part of FSB, or maybe completely separate that only takes orders from Kremlin, right? And they are protecting officials, that department. And well, if you are talking about this latest terrorist attack for yesterday, literally, right? Rumors are that high-ranking officer was a target. Well, security worked in that particular case. Security actually worked, isn't it? It was a security guard that did not, I think, security guard of official military officer that did not allow that woman to enter the restaurant with her package, right, with a bomb. So in this particular case, security actually worked, and security guard sacrificed his life while protecting the others, right? So in this particular case, it worked, but of course, more needs to be done. Of course, more needs to be done to make sure that high-ranking officials, political, military officials, are well protected. More needs to be done, I think. Also, let me highlight difference. There was a few recommendations from Christopher, a few more. What do Russians think of French no filter? The video can be seen on YouTube channel called Irina Ruse with 27.5k subs. And well, I have not seen this video, but I think Russians don't think bad about dear friends, check out the video so you will see yourself. It's I guess it's a blitzer interview done somewhere on the streets maybe or something. So it will be interesting. These blitz interviews always are interesting. So thank you, Christopher, for sharing. And another recommendation: American Tours Moscow nightlife alone at the night during the wartime. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Expat American. He is still on 89.2K subs. So members of our community can actually help with their subs through those channels that you recommend. They're a little bit, right? But nevertheless. So I'm subscribed, by the way, on this channel, Expat American. And well, members of community can definitely check out the video and see how safe the Moscow is during the night. And I can tell you it is safe, man. I mean, of course, things happen, right? And there you might find yourself in a trouble in any country, any city, if you're not being lucky, right? But generally speaking, I think Moscow is one of the safest cities out there in the world, not just in Russia, but in the world. And many people, majority, I guess, will agree with me. Majority of people who ever lived in Moscow or visited Moscow. And also there was another recommendation, dear friends. Surviving on a $6 a day in Russia. This video can be seen on a YouTube channel called Ben the Breather. He only has 3.9K subs. I guess this is a new channel because expats, by the way, their channels grow big and fast because there is a huge interest into Russia, isn't it? And many people, when they migrate to Russia, they launch their channels, and many of them have become very successful, right? On YouTube and other platforms. So I guess Ben the Brit is, this is a relatively new channel. Updates, then he will get to bigger numbers, no doubts about it. And dear friends, if you're interested what costs water, some information you can see on this channel, Ben the Brit, that Christopher is recommending to me and to us. So thank you, Christopher, for your recommendations. And once again, thank you for your support through PayPal. And also, dear friends, let's continue now with the super chats. Let's continue with the super chats. There were I can see more super chats from Wayward. And also super chat from Scooby and Wayward. And so let's continue our chat. If you have time, stay, dear friends. This community chat part of the program is always interesting because you never know what topic gonna be highlighted in the super chats or in topics from PayPal, right? Recommendations and so on. And this is the super chats from Wayward. Thank you very much, Wayward, once again for your super chats through on Rumble and the donations. And Wayward is commenting, how are all these terrorists cells able to roam freely inside Russia? Where is their electronic surveillance? The veterans from their KGB, I guess it has to be B there instead of B, KGB, must be looking down in shame at their FSB. KGB used to be feared. FSB is feared, by the way. Trust me, Wayward. FSB is an institution that you want to mess with, as it is the case also with the modern with the descendants of the GRU, let's say, right? GRU was feared as KGB was feared, of course. GRU is a Главное разведуправление, right? It was now it has different name, I believe, but they are still feared as it was the case during the Soviet era, and I don't think anybody would like to be on the receiving end of any actions that FSB might take, or the Russian military intelligence for that matter, and they are working, Weber, on daily basis. On daily basis, when it comes to FSB, for example, literally on daily basis, there are numerous reports, not just one, but numerous reports when FSB officers have thwarted the terrorist attack and detained their assets of different terrorist organizations and also assets of the key regime secret services. They will not pass without report about neutralization of yet another terrorist plot. So they are working, but you can imagine, I mean, threats, so level of threats that Kiev regime is able to generate because of this unending spree of money that they are receiving. And Russia is a huge country, by the way, and well, Kiev regime is able to find these weak personalities that have no morality, no principles, right? They are buying up those weak individuals, right? And they are using them as their assets, right, to conduct all sorts of terrorist organizations. And well, any organization has its limits, isn't it? FSB only has just a certain number of people in it. So I struggle to be critical about FSB because I mean, they only can work 24-hour day, right? They only have 24-hour every single day. And they do whatever they can. They are preventing hundreds of terrorist attacks every single month that are mostly orchestrated by Q regime secret services and their Western backers. And unfortunately, every now and then something slips, something happens, and they become a main target of the criticism. But I don't think that will be fair. So I'm not going to be critical. I'm going to be grateful, actually, for all the work that they do, because they keep us safe, right? Of course, Western media are not going to report about all the terrorist attacks that FSB thwarted, but I'm reading about it literally every day. So therefore, if anything, citizens of Russia and guests of Russia should be grateful for FSB, for police, for keeping us safe, basically, right? For security services to keep us safe. So some mishaps might happen. After all, we are engaged in a war with the most dangerous enemy we ever had, or all humanity ever had, which is the Western ruling class, right? And they work 24/7, non-stop. There might be some mishaps here and there, right? Because after all, and they only have so many officers, and only so much can be done in every given day. Toward this commenting, who bombs schools, crashes beaches, packed with civilians, hospitals, apartments, kids on bikes, moms walking down the streets with babies, the US, UK, West. Putin is not so off his league. Putin is so out of his league. Wayward is commenting, and this criticism towards Putin is in regard because of these restraint policies, isn't it? Am I understand correctly? Because of these restraint policies in regards to Western ruling class, and well, it's factual, isn't it, that Western ruling class does exactly what you said. They kill civilians left and right without any care. They are planning terror campaigns up front before they launch war, before they launch military campaign. They already have plans about terror campaigns to terrorize civilians, and one way to terrorize civilians is to kill civilians, right? And that's why you have patterns. You take a look at any conflict and you will see patterns, right? When Western ruling class is engaged, you will see patterns. Schools bombed, kindergarten bombed, universities bombed, right? It's an intentional campaign to terrorize people, to terrorize societies. And well, Western ruling class is doing it for a very long time. I mean, they're That's what they do, man. That's what they do whenever they are engaged in a war, because they don't care. They never did, actually. They never had no moral or principles to keep civilians alive. It's all, in the Western propaganda, in the movies and stuff, where you might see something like it is attempt, of course, right, to create this illusion that Western militaries ever cared about civilians. In reality, no, man. Last major war that, let's say, US was engaged, right, or UK, let's say. US is throughout the 20th century was engaged in the wars, and entire part of 21st century, US is constantly in the wars, constantly commits war crimes, right? So let's take UK, which is British ruling class is a bigger evil than American ruling class, because American ruling class, in many ways, still asset, directly or indirectly, but still being manipulated by British ruling class. So let's take UK or British Empire. Last major war they were engaged in was Afghanistan. How many civilians they killed? There are numerous reports, isn't it, when SIS forces were just literally playing with each other, messing around with each other while exterminating entire settlements in Afghanistan, by the way. SAS, and I think the trial was planned even, isn't it? They killed so many civilians that London was unable to hide the story. They were unable to hide the story. They killed so many civilians, man, right? They never actually cared about civilians, never. And I don't even want to talk about World War II, man, what British ruling class was authorizing in terms of literally exterminating populations of cities, entire cities, what Brits did to Dresden. Yes, Americans were participating too, but that was a British idea, by the way, to burn down German cities and towns. That idea was generated in British elites, right? From British elites. And they did burn down entire villages, entire towns and cities, killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people, man. Totally intentionally. And Americans learned from them, and learned big time, and that's exactly what Americans were doing then to Japanese, right, civilians. Many people know about Hiroshima bombing, Nagasaki bombing, when US dropped nuclear weapons, and in each instance, more than 100,000 people were killed instantly, and their casualty numbers were gradually increasing due to radiation sickness and stuff. So tens of thousands died aftermath. But very few people know what Americans did to Tokyo, when around 200,000 people were burned alive. 200,000 Japanese civilians were burned alive when Americans bombed Tokyo with their fire bombs. It was a firebombing. They burned down Tokyo. They killed more people with this firebombing in Tokyo than they killed her in Hiroshima and Nagasaki with the nuclear bombs. And they never changed, actually. I mean, ruling class in the US or the UK, they never changed. They never become more human. Never. What they did is they become better in the propaganda. They become much better in the propaganda, right? And now, usually they commit numerous crimes while you know what happened in Fallujah, isn't it? When Americans were literally burning people alive while deploying white phosphorus. You know that, isn't it, Weber? What they did to Fallujah, man. They were unable to establish control over this rebellion city, and they burned down people alive. And to die from white phosphorus is probably one of the worst deaths that you can imagine. You are burning, man, and nothing can stop that process, that chemical process, right? It's a chemical fire that white phosphorus, while engaged in with oxygen and stuff. It cannot be stopped, man. Only in vacuum, I guess, right? Where you gonna get vacuum in a city? How people could save themselves in Fallujah during the Iraqi campaign? No how, right? And God knows how many civilians were burned alive by American forces in Fallujah. And we know overall death toll in Iraq is around 1 million, right? No one actually knows exactly how many people died as a result of U.S. aggression, as a result of aggression of the U.S. and its allies, Western ruling class. So, I mean, you know, they have a track record, quite evil track record, isn't it? Western ruling class, man. They do. Also, we were just commenting, I know Putin will never do it, but whomever becomes president of Russia next, I hope they drop Areshnik right in the middle of MI6 building. There must be consequences for these terrorists. And I'm on you. I'm with you on this. I'm with you on this, Wayward. I also hope we will eliminate not just that building, by the way, itself on the Thames that stands on the Thames in London, building of MI6, but entire freaking intelligence assets and military assets of UK and other NATO member states that were engaged in this mass killing of the Russian citizens. Hopefully, they will pay price. They will come. Hopefully, but when I could not know. I don't know. I just don't know. Thank you very much, Wayward, for highlighting these topics and for sharing. There are more recommendations, dear friends. And before I will get to that, there was I see question from Nidish, and let me react on it. Luan, did Russia ask Bangladesh to do business in Indian rupees? Bangladesh newspapers are reporting about it. I have not seen anything in Russian media, in Russian segment of internet, Nidish, about it. I'm learning right now from you on this topic. And you know what? If this is true, man, that's a good stuff. If this is true, man, that will of course increase. That will of course increase demand on rupee, right? That will be good for Indian currency, and I don't know. I mean, everybody should help India, man. That's what I will say. Not just Moscow, but all the friends that India have should help this country to stand strong as much as possible to basically to be able, right, to protect itself from Western pressure. So I hope this is true, man. I heard about it right now from you, but I hope this is true. And maybe Russia will demand their trade in rupees with other regional countries too. And that, I think that will be good help for India. Why not? That will increase India's influence, and there may be many positive consequences, right? So thank you for sharing. I did not know about it. So that's a good thing. And of course, that will probably, hopefully at least, that will push leadership of Bangladesh to be more cooperative with India. I hope so, right? Because they exist only thanks to India. In some ways to Moscow, of course, also, because Moscow plays some important part even, but India is the number one reason why Bangladesh is existing, even, right? So they should be grateful for that. Thank you for sharing, Nidish. You being very critical. Bangladesh is not our friend. It will never be anymore. No, Nidish, don't be this pessimistic. People will, unfortunately, Western ruling class did manage to capture Bangladesh politically, but things will change. They may be managed to capture Bangladesh politically. China might manage to increase its influence in Bangladesh big time. also. But after all, they own China their existence, right? They would not be Bangladesh, not China but India. There would not be Bangladesh on the political map if not the help of India and if not the protection of India. So how they can forget that? How? I don't know. Also, dear friends, there were more super chats, more super chats that I want to highlight. Super chats from Wayward and Scooby. So let's continue our community chat. I remind you, if you like the program, please click that like button if you have not yet. And after the live stream, I will drop timestamps, news segment, and community chat, because community chat is quite interesting one, isn't it? Not just news part, but news segment, but also community chat, because we are talking about so many things. And am I online even? I'm. Am I back? Sorry, dear friends, communication is an issue, unfortunately, and is becoming bigger and bigger issue. But I'm trying my best to stay connected there. And well, let's continue. Let's continue our community chat. And well, internet is very bad, man. Internet is very bad there, but hopefully I'll manage to go through all the super chats. So thank you very much, Wayward and Scooby, for another super chats and the donations. Wayward is commenting, at some point these terrorists in the West will commit such an atrocity against Russian civilians that deterrence must be restored. And well, I agree with you 100%. Deterrence must be restored. Otherwise, as you pointed out, Western ruling class is going to commit such a scale of atrocity that they might actually provoke full-out war, nuclear war. They will provoke something of something enormous, right? So we should not allow this to happen. We have to keep them in check right now before they actually provoke this wider confrontation and the wider war. I agree with you 100%. But yet again, clearly in the Kremlin there is different calculations, and what those calculations are, I don't know. I can speculate, but what good is in that speculations, right? We just don't know what is the calculations there. Why we still did not restore the deterrent with the collective West, I don't know. But you are on point 100% there, Wayward. And also, Wayward is commenting, if Putin does not have their balls to take out those NATO spy planes on their bases, give Iran their missiles and let them do Putin's job, or they have a problem imposing deterrence on the U.S. West. They have no problems imposing deterrence on the U.S. and West. And I think Putin feels Putin and his inner circle, they probably feel some political pressure not just because of the frustration inside the Russian society in regards to topic of deterrent with the collective West, but because of the actions of Iran too. Because everybody sees how well actually Iran is defending itself, and how effectively Iran is striking back on this major nuclear powerhouse, right? That US is, and keeps a deterrent clearly in place as of now, at least, right? US attacks, Iran attacks twice harder. They attack, Iran retaliates back, right? And the whole world is shocked to see how effective Iran's retaliatory strikes are. And I think that puts more pressure on the Kremlin. But yet again, clearly they have their own calculations. They have a certain plan, I guess, right? Because how else it can be? And they are just moving based on this plan, whatever it is. I think lack of deterrent with the collective West will lead this war towards a wider conflict. Maybe Kremlin thinks, if we will retaliate now, if we will try to restore deterrent now, that will cause a wider conflict, and maybe they think that they are avoiding wider conflict while with this restraint policy. I don't know, man. I mean, everybody is frustrated as you are, as I am, with these restraint policies, because logically it is difficult to understand what's going on. I mean, human logic struggles with the understanding of this restraint policy. Must be something else there. I don't know what it is. And thank you, Wayward, once again for super chats and the donations. And Scooby is also commenting. Some other YouTubers save their controversial content for later in their stream and post that only on Rumble to avoid strikes. Oh, you see? Thank you for sharing, Scooby. Thank you for sharing. But you know what? YouTube deleted my video from 2 days ago that I published on Patreon. First, on Patreon and Boosty first. And, during their live streams, I might go emotional time to time. I might say some crazy stuff, as I have done before, right? And I always apologize, by the way. Whenever I go extremely emotional, I always apologize for that, because I myself hate when I go emotional. And when you are emotional, you say crazy stuff, man. We all are humans, right? Let's not pretend that we don't operate that way. When you are emotional, when you are angry, you say some crazy stuff, right? That you don't necessarily mean, but that's how we operate, man. We are humans. Why pretend otherwise? But video that YouTube took down was one that I published first on Patreon and Boosty. And on Patreon and Boosty, I'm not emotional. I mean, these videos on Patreon and Boosty are like club videos, right? My videos are always more calm, and I don't know, it works like that because it's a pre-recorded videos. You see, live stream is a live stream. I am right now online, right? This is a live stream. On YouTube, on Patreon and Boosty, I'm publishing pre-recorded videos. So if I, for example, while going through news, if those news had a big impact on me and I went too emotional, I might stop and record the video again, right? But when you are online, I mean, if I hear something right now, right? If there is a breaking news that something horrible happened, if I went emotional, then there is no. I mean, I go emotional, I will say some crazy stuff, right? And I cannot stop and then record it again because it's online already. So, of course, my live streams are more emotional, more crazy sometimes, right? Maybe more controversial too, but they did not took down my live stream. They took down a video that was published on Patreon first, man. I don't know. maybe some people didn't like some content there, and sent too many complaints to YouTube, and their algorithm just brought it down without caring much about it, because I was surprised. If okay, if you take down my live stream, I might say, yeah, maybe I went emotional, maybe I used too much French, for example. But video that I published first on Patreon, pre-recorded video, come on, man. But yet again, with YouTube, you never know. With YouTube, you never know, man. If they want to ban you, they will ban you anyway. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to promote her Patreon page as much as I can every day from now on, right? In every my program, because I actually don't know if I will have a channel on YouTube tomorrow, because they give me warning already, and I know many channels were deleted after first warning. Formally, you should get 3 strikes, right? But there were instances when channels were taken down by YouTube after first warning, not even strike. So I got that warning now. So maybe tomorrow they will take down my channel. Who knows, man? But I will continue work as I do, right? I try to be less emotional, for sure. I'll try to use less French in my programs. And for the last 2 months, I think I have a progress in this matter, right? If you remember, Scooby, like 2-3 months ago, 4 months ago, I was maybe I was too distressed or something, and I was almost every program going wild, man. I'm much more calm now compared to that time. So I also work on myself, man. Anna was a big, massive helper in this regard. She was always telling me that just calm down, man. don't be this emotional, and it worked, right? It worked. So, and I'm gonna continue working on myself to not to allow this news to get to me, right? Too much. Because if you go emotional, you're gonna go crazy, and you're gonna say some crazy stuff, man. That's how it works in real life. And because I'm real, man, that's how it's happens on during the live streams too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this super chats, Wayward and Scooby, and there are more, right? Let me react. Let me continue. There was a I see recommendations from Christopher. I'm going to react on this, and then also super chats, and then also recommendations. So let's continue. My internet is too bad, man. You see, I cannot even upload the screen. What the hell is going on? Okay, it uploaded there. So more recommendations from Christopher. Chase Freeman, Diplomacy is Dead in the Western. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Glenn Disson Clips with 48.3k subs. Glenn Disson, of course, has main channel too, which is much bigger. Members of our community are familiar, and thank you for sharing, Christopher, information about this update on Glenn Disson's channel. And also another recommendation: we are extremely close to end of everything. Roger Waters interview. Roger Waters is, of course, a legendary rock star. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Rick Sanchez. It is always interesting to listen to Roger Waters. He might be a rock star, by the way. Not might be, he's definitely a rock star, but he is incredibly wise human being, right? I have listened to quite a number of his interviews, and it's always interesting. So thank you very much, Christopher, for sharing information about our conversation between Rick Sanchez and Roger Waters on the channel of Rick Sanchez. Thank you. And Rick Sanchez, as I already mentioned, is a famous American journalist that has program on RT. By the way, he has his own channel, Rick Sanchez, and he has a program on RT, and is among the most popular RT anchors, I believe. Also, let's continue, dear friends, with super chats. I see super chats from Wayward and Scooby, and also recommendations from Christopher, and also donation from Sean and the commentary. And I will highlight all of it, dear friends. Let's continue as it arrived, right? One after another. So this is a super chat from Wayward. Thank you very much, Wayward, for your super chats. And Wayward is and the donations on Rumble. And Wayward is commenting: if anyone has been paying attention, the U.S. strategy is to cut off all energy from West Asia and Russia to their world. They're thinking they want the world to buy only from the U.S. And on one hand, what I see, you have a point there for sure. You know how I see the situation? They want her to cut off Russia and China as much as they can from a global economy, of course, and they are working on that direction quite for many years, actually. Middle Eastern developments, this Middle Eastern escalation is a part of that. Obviously, they are cutting China from Middle Eastern energy in that particular instance, while forcing it to increase its dependence on Russia. And obviously, as much as if they succeed, if they isolate as much as they can Russia and China, then they will further accelerate process of increase of Chinese dependence on Russian energy, right? To basically, because unfortunately they have a fifth columns. I have no doubts about it. They have a fifth columns in both countries, Russia, China, and probably Western world class thinks at some point when China is extremely dependent on Russia, they can use these fifth columns to provoke war between the two, right? Based on energy security concerns of China. And they might, given the track record, the Western ruling class cannot be taken without concern, right? They are capable of anything, these Western elites, right? And so definitely they are trying to isolate China and Russia, at the same time force the rest of the world to purchase energy from the US. They did succeed in that in this regard with Europe, and some Europeans are waking up. Some European figures in the public field are waking up now, kind of, right? And they're saying, okay, we get rid of Russian gas. We did not like that we were dependent on it too much, and now we are dependent even more on freaking American gas that are not just more questionable in terms of reliability, because it has to be shipped from US on vessels, right, in a liquefied form, but also it's twice expensive. So people are waking up to this reality and asking questions, what the hell are we doing? But unfortunately, it's too late, right? So US did force Europe to be now extremely dependent on US, and they will do the same with Asian countries, because main customers of LNG or the fuel from Middle East were Asian countries, not Europe, not Latin America, Asian countries, right? LNG was mostly going to Asia, in some ways to China also, obviously. And now these Asian countries, Japan, uh, Philippines and Indonesia, and they all are looking for alternatives. That's why recently agreement was reached, for example, between Indonesia and Russia in terms of energy supplies from Russian Federation, right? Because it's a crisis. It's a crisis, and the US will use this situation, obviously, or American ruling class, to force as many countries in this world as possible to purchase from US. Question is, will US energy industry actually succeed in with demand? Because it's not. I'm not sure that U.S. Energy sector actually can fulfill the obligations that they might take or they are asking for. Yes, this fracking revolution turned U.S. into biggest player when it comes to oil production and LNG production. Believe it or not, but U.S. Is number one when it comes to LNG production, bigger than Australia, by the way, bigger than Qatar before this war, right? Right now, Qatar does not produce anything when it comes to LNG, isn't it? So US is a giant, energy giant, of course, but I'm not sure they have capability to satisfy all possible demand that they will create while destroying while jeopardizing stability in the Middle East, in Asia and elsewhere. We will see. We will see. But also we were just commenting deception operation. Trump will eventually launch an attack on Iran. Trump has become predictable that way. As you mentioned, Levan, Trump is not in control. The Zionists won't give up on their goals, and yes, Zionists won't give up on the goals. The globalists won't give up. Neocons are always for any war, anywhere, any destruction, right? So Trump can't do much, even if tomorrow he will wake up and he will decide that he actually wants to serve American people and America. I don't think he will have any chance. Therefore, if he ever had the actual opportunity to be good president for US people, he lost that opportunity. Right now, he is literally just a talking head, and that's it. And of course, they're gonna attack Iran. I think later autumn, early winter is the time when they will go for actual next phase of war. And I say so simply because of the weather conditions, right? It's not just time that West needs additionally to send more weapons, more manpower, more assets, basically, towards Middle East for this next phase of the war, but also weather conditions, right? Because it's a Middle East and humans and equipment will struggle during the summer, right? In a high intensity conflict. In late autumn, winter, early spring, conditions are a little less aggressive in this regard, and this is another way why I think another reason why I think late autumn, early winter is the time when Western ruling class and their proxy regimes, including US, will go for next phase of war. And I think all the other commentators that now are also saying that they expect actual next phase of the war to begin in the winter, late autumn, in the winter time. And I know there are many that are actually now repeating what I was saying from the beginning. They also say that one of the main reasons why they say so is because of the weather condition, because it's historically known, by the way, you don't wage large-scale wars in the Middle East in the summer. You just don't do this. Late autumn, winter. That's when most major hostilities, large-scale hostilities, do take place in the Middle East. Also, another comment: Azerbaijan only feels safer because Putin is not thinking strategically enough to make them feel unsafe. Putin has allowed Russia to be surrounded by proxies of the US, UK, Israel, and unfortunately, this is true. I mean, Russia is surrounded by Western proxies, proxies of UK, US, Turkey, Israel, right? Southern Caucasus, prime example. Central Asia, prime example, right? Formally, Central Asian republics are our allies, but in reality, we know this is not the case, isn't it? They are anything but allies. I'm talking about ruling class, elites, obviously, right? That's what we're talking about. So, yeah, unfortunately, we've been surrounded, and China is surrounded too, isn't it? This is true, and well, yeah, man. So much needs to be done. So much needs to be done to change the situation, and who knows, man? Maybe Middle Eastern developments will be that will eventually will accelerate the processes towards final showdown, let's say, between the Western ruling class and the rest of the world, when humanity will say final no to Western elites, right? And I think Russia will be the force that humanity will rely on heavily. Right now, this might not look like that right now, but hopefully, Western ruling class will fail in the Middle East. There is a good reasons to be cautiously optimistic in this regard, and I think at that point we're gonna get closer to that breaking point when Western ruling class will finally lose their stability. And once you force Western ruling class to lose stability, then I think there will be no way back from that, right? From there and on, Western ruling class will only continue to fail. And Russia will play key role in that, for sure, because Russia is on the right side of history. Russia is a force for the good, and Western ruling class is a force for evil. Pure and simple, man. It's just so obvious, isn't it? So obvious. And dear friends, I'm talking about Western ruling class, not obviously not the Western societies. I mean, it so happened that Western ruling class based there in their countries that we call collective West, right? But we are talking about Western ruling class and their proxies, wherever they are, man, and they have proxies throughout the world, right? So we are very. I am very specific in terms of who I'm describing as an enemy, and not just my enemy, but enemy of humanity. And yes, Azerbaijan feels safe for now, but uh, I see scenarios, at least several scenarios for next 5 to 7 years, in which Azerbaijan is getting rid of Aliyev's regime, and after fundamental changes in the Southern Caucasus region, including in Azerbaijan, Russia and Iran are reaching each other through land, right? We will have a land border. I think this might sound like fantasy right now, but I think in 5 to 7 years time, in next, let's say, 10 years time, this is something that might actually happen with quite high probabilities, man. Because once Western ruling class will lose its stability and starts fall, its proxies also gonna fall one by one, and that includes Aliyev's regime too in Azerbaijan, of course. Thank you for sharing, Wayward, and for your donations, sir. And there are more super chats, dear friends, sir. from Scooby and from Wayward. Let me highlight this. I wonder how long is this stream already, man. It's half past 7 now. So this stream is like 3.5 hours, correct? Wow, wow. Um, and you know what? I mean, we really are good. We as a humans really are good to adapt, isn't it? Because more live stream I have, these long live streams, of course, it becomes a little easier and easier, right? It's never easy. I mean, to have a live stream 3-4 hours, it's exhausting. But um, more live streams I have like that, I think uh, it's less exhausting, although it is still difficult, of course. Anyways, let's continue, dear friends. Two more super chats. Internet is so bad, man. Internet is so bad that I'm struggling to upload their images. This I have to refresh the page itself. Hopefully, I'm back. And that's the next super chat. Thank you very much, Scooby, for another super chat and the donation through Rumble, $2 donation through Rumble. And Scooby is commenting: Americans say they won't let India prosper like China. They are going to keep it a poor switch up economy for their consumptions. And well, why am I not surprised, Scooby? Why am I not surprised? Well, American ruling class is quite open, isn't it? In their regrets, and quite public in their regrets that during the Deng Xiaoping's reign in the U.S., Washington went in and actually opened the gates and flooded China with their investments because they were hoping that they're going to use China against Soviet Union. Many people might don't know why this happened, right? Western ruling class, American ruling class wanted to use China against Soviet Union because unfortunately relationships between communist Soviet Union and communist China was very bad, by the way, after Stalin's era. During the Stalin, relationships were great, actually. When Stalin and their Mao Zedong, they were considering each other to be brothers. But after Stalin's death, relationships relationships quickly deteriorated. At some point, we end up fighting at each other due to some territorial issues. You know all these stories about the Mansky Island, on the Amur River and everything else. And so Americans went into China in the 70s, isn't it? That was 70s, I believe, during Deng Xiaoping's reign, 70s, 80s. China was fully open for America, for the Western. And, it only took like 30, 40 years, isn't it? Eventually. And this miracle happened. China became a major economical, technological, industrial superpower in this world, military superpower in this world, and Americans regret now because they never use China. They never get the opportunity to use China against Russia, right? Actually, opposite happened, and now, due to circumstances, Russia and China are allies. You can call it a situational allies or whatever, but still, We are allies, isn't it? Strategical partners and so on. And obviously, American ruling class will learn the lesson, and they will never make such a mistake. So if anybody thinks in India that Americans will do with India what they did with China, it's not correct. Americans will not invest in India to use India against China. They would not do the same because of their history. They lost instead of establishing control on China, they lost China, right? And if they will allow India to become strong economically, that will give them more strength to become independent politically also. And Western ruling class would not participate in helping India become a major economical and political superpower. Why would they participate in that? You know, so that's why I'm saying India. I personally think only pathway for India towards success is a pathway to become a major financial, economical, military superpower. And this pathway requires New Delhi to be literally sovereign country, independent. No one should be able to bully New Delhi, man. Right? For now, unfortunately, Indian ruling class don't feel, sir, being in a position to stand stronger against Western pressure, but maybe in 10 years from now, maybe in 20 years from now. But I think this is only path for India, to become a superpower, right? Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to survive. And path towards becoming a superpower is through strength, right? Political strength included. Sovereignty. That's what is needed. So, I mean, I agree with you. West will never, America or US ruling class or Western ruling class will never help India become a superpower. Never. They will try to keep India down and use India as a cheap source of labor for as long as they possibly can, without much of a technological transfer, right? And on this matter, you see, Nidish is commenting, Levant to Scooby, China wants the same fate for us as well. In addition, both are same. China wants for us same fate for us as well as US does, isn't it? In addition, both are same, no difference. China wants us to be subservient, just like West, culturally and economically. Moreover, they want our land. And also, Nidish continues commenting on the matter. And Nidish is from India, dear friends, so it is important to have a better understanding how Indian people think about these matters, Levant. So you will call us independent only if we become Chinese lucky and give them our land? Nidish, that's all you hear? How you come up with this sentence listening to what I just said? I am talking about sovereignty. I'm talking about economical, financial, military strength. If you are lucky of someone, you have no sovereignty. How you come up with this sentence, Nidish? I truly don't understand that. But India, I think only, but I might be mistaken. What am I know about India? Tiny out of ocean, right? Just one drop from the ocean. You know India like million times better than I will ever know, of course. But from my standpoint, only way towards success for India is through strength. Political, economical, military strength. To be a superpower. That's the direction for India. I think is only right way, only right path. That's what I say. And that's why I'm a bit surprised. How you come up with this sentence? Right? I'm saying you have to be superpower. And you tell me, so you will call us independent only if we become Chinese lackeys? I don't know. Maybe you are trolling me now. But you have to be superpower. You have to be superpower, so you will stand strong against anybody, west, east, north, south, no matter, everybody. And hopefully, step by step, in 10 years from now to 15 years from now to whatever time it takes, Indian political class will feel strong enough to, to make it clear for everybody that no one can tell New Delhi what to do, when, and how. But right now, it is clear, isn't it, that India struggles to withstand Western pressure. It's just obvious. They know this, and I guess they will move towards becoming a superpower. All these programs of militarization, all these economical programs in India, scale of it, if you look in the future, scale of it is clearly directed on becoming a major superpower, right? Because Indian leadership understands this is only way to survive. You cannot be just a regional power. You have to be superpower, global power to survive, especially in the neighborhood that you have, And also, Wayward is commenting, China has their economic might to force the US to stop their illegal terrorist blockade of Cuba. They can cut off all rare earth magnets to the US. That would force the US to back down. Yes, China actually has, I agree with you, Wayward, China actually has economical tools, strong enough economical tools to have an influence on Washington to at least ease the pressure on the Cuban people, but that's a sword with the two edges, isn't it? That's a double sword or double-edged sword. If China, I guess Chinese leadership calculates that if they go for escalation with US, cost will be extreme because eventually they're gonna end up on a full-out economical warfare with the US, and maybe that's the reasoning why behind this reluctance on behalf of Beijing to actually use its might to help people in Cuba. Unfortunately, Moscow has much less tools than China, right? What we can do, we can send a vessel today, vessel tomorrow as a humanitarian aid, and that's what Russia does, right? Russia sends humanitarian aid, but neither politically, neither economically, we are in a position to influence the Washington. Unfortunately, China can, but they have in their calculations. I guess they think it might not be right path for China, right? And therefore they are closing their eyes on atrocities that US is. By the way, Cuba is a communist country, isn't it? So they are ideological allies, formally at least, right? Cuba and China. But you see, and only China has such a position, economical, strong enough economical might to actually actually enforce some restraints on some strains, I would say, on US. No other country can. But China is much more passive than Soviet Union would be. Soviet Union, despite all this blockade and stuff, didn't give a damn, right? Soviet Union was supporting Cuba all the way, man. All the way, and Cuban people know that, right? China looks like does not feel itself to be comfortable to doing that. Moscow, Soviet Union did not care. They were going after helping people anywhere, right? And during the Soviet Union, people in Cuba had more or less good quality of life. By the way, it's after Soviet Union collapsed that situation extremely. You know, you see, Nidish is there are more. What? Uh, Levan, there is several posts from Nidish, and this is the last one, isn't it? Levan, you and people here call Israel a fascist. How? Show me which Muslim country out of 57 countries aren't fascist, wiping out their minorities. What are you talking about, Nidish? Are you serious now? What are you talking about? I mean, you mentioned Israel, right? Okay, let's start with the Israeli neighbors, immediate neighbors. Uh, let's start with Palestine. You know, one of the first Christians are from Palestine, and to nowadays, Christians live there, and in Palestine, by the way, and Palestinians keeping oldest Christian churches in safety, man, right? Let's go next door from Palestine, Lebanon. Uh, you know, there is several religious groups, right, in Lebanon. Shiites, Shiite Muslims, Sunni Muslims, Christians. They live there for how many centuries now, and somehow they still there. Third, approximately third is Shiite, approximately third is a Muslim, approximately third is Shia, third is Shiite, third is a Sunni, both Muslim groups, of course, and third, approximately, of course, is a Christian. Somehow, throughout the centuries, they've been there, although Lebanon formally is majority Muslim country, as Palestine is majority Muslim, right? Okay, let's continue in immediate neighborhood from Israel. Egypt. Let's go into Egypt, right? You know, one of the oldest Christian churches are in Egypt, right? There is a Copt church, Copt Christians. And you know what? Even though Egypt itself is majority Sunni Muslim, they have a very strong presence of Coptic Christians. You know? And somehow they did not eliminate this minority throughout the centuries. Should I continue? You know, I can say Iran has been attacked, right, by Israel and U.S. and Western ruling class in general. And I know you know how many minorities live in Iran, by the way, right? Ethnic minorities, religious minorities, and somehow, even though Iran is a massive global scale civilization for thousands of years, somehow they did not eliminate ethnicities, different ethnicities. You know what? Iran had occupied significant parts of modern Georgia, by the way, for centuries. And even though there were brutal pages in the history, Iranians could, or Persians, Iranians, they could actually eliminate everybody, literally everybody. And they did not. And you know what? If we take if you take a look at the history, right, objectively, many Muslim countries were extremely tolerant, by the way, towards Christians and towards minorities. Arabs, by the way, were extremely tolerant. Extremely tolerant. right? I mean, I know India Pakistan relationships, India Bangladesh relationships lately maybe increased hostilities between Hindus and Muslims, but we should not lose objectivity. I think we should not lose objectivity. There are no perfect countries in this world, isn't it? There are no perfect countries in this world. Nothing is perfect and nobody is perfect, right? When it comes to humans and anything that humans do or make, we are not perfect. But let's not judge. Let's not judge entire groups of people. Let's avoid collective responsibility type of stuff. I mean, that's all I say. Okay, topic is very difficult. Obviously, I think. Uh, okay. I'm gonna. I mean, we can agree to disagree. There is a certain topics that I have my strong opinions, and some people might agree with me, some people might don't. But I think we should not use this collective punishment attitude or approach towards anybody, right? Uh, anyways, there were more uh, super chats, dear friends. Let me continue. Oh, there was two more recommendations actually, and third one is not recommendation; it's from Sean. Uh, it's a commentary on the PayPal. So let me highlight this, dear friends, and I will end the new segment on that. I think we had a really good conversation, good community chat, isn't it, dear friends? I think, and hopefully you liked the new segment also. And if so, in that case, I will say today's live stream was a success. And let me highlight, dear friends, two more recommendations from Christopher and also donation from Sean. Internet is so bad that I'm struggling to upload the image on the StreamYard. Hopefully it will do right now. Come on, StreamYard, you can do it. I think it worked. Okay, it worked. And so, thank you very much, Christopher, for additional recommendations through PayPal and your donations support. Christopher is recommending update on a YouTube channel called Carl ZHA, by the way. Carl, I don't know how to pronounce this, Sha, which has 99.3 thousand subs, but it's a big channel, by the way. And Ja, that's how I say Ja. Okay, Carl Ja. Europe just picked a fight with China, and it could cost them everything. That's the topic of the discussion on this channel that Christopher is recommending, and well, it is interesting. Europe-China relationships are generally interesting because they also have issues to resolve between each other, and also interests to some, in some ways maintain the cooperation, because otherwise both sides will lose. So interesting. And also another recommendation from Christopher. Peter Hitchens explains why Britain is finished. This video can be seen on YouTube channel called Trigonometry Clips. Trigonometry Clips, 41.4K subs. That's a clips, by the way. Trigonometry has a main channel, which is like over 1 million subs, right? It's a massive channel from UK. from guys from project from Constantine. I was Constantine is a comic, right? So I knew about Constantine as a comic way before he became political commentator. And if I'm being fully honest, by the way, I actually liked Constantine when he was a comic. He had a quite sharp humor, right? Controversial maybe for some, but quite sharp humor. But once he became a commentator, he lost me because he, he positioned himself to be someone, as I see him, anti-Russian writer. I see him as an anti-Russian elementer, and he's a Zionist, right? He become a protector of whatever Israel does, and that's how I lost any interest to watch or listen to what Constantine has to say. Constantine kissing, right, or something like that. Uh, I don't want to. I don't think opinions of people that are Zionists and the Russia haters or anti-Russian can be objective enough to deserve much attention. A little bit of attention maybe, but not much attention. But nevertheless, they have a massive platform on YouTube and God knows where else. They are inviting interesting guests, and quite often the interviews or conversations are interesting actually, right? Because of their guests, not because of their questions that they are asking, but because of the guests that are, despite their low quality of journalism on behalf of these guys from trigonometry, these guests are managing to share with the public interesting information, I will say this way. So thank you very much for sharing, Christopher, with us these recommendations. And also I want to highlight, dear friends, that there was donation of on through PayPal of $4 from Sean, and Sean is commenting, I love your answer in English with your accent are internet gold. I keep advising you to make a channel just to rant, so this one will be safe. Best wishes. Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you very much. I can see how English speaking people can find my way of speaking, my way of expressing emotions, or when I run, to be funny and laughable, and it's good. I mean, I don't like when I go crazy and when I rant, because many members of our community, as I myself, think news programs should be like as serious as it can get, right? When you rant, when you go emotional, you might say some crazy stuff. And that's exactly what I do when I rant. But same time, I can see how this can be laughable and funny from other side, right? And it's good, man. If I bring a smile to members of community with my rants, I'm happy about it. So thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean, for sharing, for your kind words, and for your attention and support. Thank you very much. And right now, another super chat, dear friends, from Scooby. And let me highlight this also, and that's about it for today's live stream. Scooby is commenting. Thank you very much, Scooby, for your another super chat and donation. And Scooby is commenting. Trigonometry is a Zionist channel, and yeah, I have a critical attitude towards trigonometry also. Constantine is a Zionist, definitely, right? This other guy, he is also Zionist, by the way. I think, right? I don't know. But in regards to Constantine, I definitely have a more stronger taker, more strong opinion. I think because he is quite aggressive one, right? He's a quite aggressive Zionist. He was aggressively attempting to defend the actions of this regime, Israeli regime, and it's too bad, man. It's just too freaking bad, right? What he did. And so I definitely see him as to be either Zionist himself or aggressive defender of the Zionist regime in Israel and the Zionism. So therefore, you know, I'm critical of him. This other guy, I don't really have much to say about this other guy. I can't even remember his name because, as I said, I was following work of Constantine when he was just a comic, by the way, right? And he was not bad in comedy, right? But and at some point, he was not bad in the political commentary also, until he started talking about Israel, man. When he started defending Israeli actions and this everything horrible that Netanyahu's regime committed, at that point, I mean, there was nothing that could, in my eyes, save the image of the Constantine, man. He lost me completely at that point, right? So, yeah. Thank you for sharing, Scooby. I guess you see them in the same way. At least they're Constantine in the same way as I do. You might have more knowledge about this other guy that co-hosts the programs with him, but as I said, I can't remember even the name of that guy. Therefore, I don't have strong opinion about it. But yeah, Constantine, disappointment, man, such a disappointment, because there is a fundamental topics, right? When it is absolutely clear where is the right side, right? And when you don't take that right side, oh, that's a questionable move, man, very questionable move. And trigonometry failed to take right side, 100%, I will say. And dear friends, this is it for now. Thank you all for your time, dear friends, for your support, for your attention. Many thanks to members of our community that supported my program today throughout the existence of my channel, and also today through donations through PayPal and also through super chats on the Rumble. Many thanks to all the supporters, basically. Have a wonderful day, dear friends, and I hope you enjoy the conversation, the program. Have a wonderful day and take care. Bye for now.